had a dream.
Hashem told you to dance in a tango contest?
A dancing teacher wants to tango with you?
No!
Critics are raving about Tango Shalom. It's clever and inventive, with right chemistry on and off the dance floor.
You're a lunatic!
A funny and thoughtful family film with a warm heart and a playful spirit. From the director of My Big Fat Greek Wedding.
Oh, that's my Fernando.
Tango Shalom. In select theaters this weekend. Greetings, imagination connoisseurs. Once again, it is I, your Duke of Dope Discourse, your master of fun and wonder, your viceroy of verisimilitude, and any other number of names people want to hang on my head, Robert Meyer Burnett, and this is the answer to life, the universe, and everything. That's right, it's the 42nd episode of Midnight Metal. That's a Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy reference for all of you people keeping count, and it wouldn't be a show without my lovely co-host, how are you? Are you feeling metal tonight?
I'm feeling so metal, Robert. How are you?
Well, as you know, it's a big day for the Robster. Got a movie in theaters, and it sold out 2 shows. The first 2 shows at the Landmark here in LA. They're sort of our primo theater for art house films. You went and saw it at the Empire 25, the second busiest movie theater in the United States, a little Tango Shalom, where close to Times Square, there's even a scene in Tango Shalom where you see Times Square, and you were in Times Square seeing a movie. I believe you can actually see the Empire 25 at one point briefly in the film if you look really close.
Well, I have to say, Robert, congratulations on doing the impossible, getting your film not only completed, but also in theaters now at a time when it seems like it's an impossible accomplishment.
It's really crazy. And I've been surprised, actually. When you work on a film, you don't, literally, like where I'm sitting right now, I sat and worked on the movie in this exact place here in the Observatory, in this computer, on this computer. I on and off, I moved the edit bay all over the place. Joe Bologna, who co-stars in the movie, who co-wrote it, passed away from pancreatic cancer. It's his last performance. He did get to see a version of the movie before he passed. Then we, of course, had COVID. So we showed the movie, and then there were no more festivals to send it to, so we basically sat around for a year. And then in the beginning of 2021, we started sending it to festivals, and it's so weird. I mean, it premiered in Jaipur, India, and now this is crazy. I mean, I can't tell you where, but there's gonna be a press conference. It's going to be in a few other countries. I can say that it's going to play theatrically throughout Russia, which is just crazy to me. So we've been prepping the film and sending the elements. I mean, to know this little tiny, and this is truly an independent movie. I would even call this a micro-budget movie in a way. And it's amazing that you went and saw it at the second busiest movie theater. Were you the only person in the theater?
No, we certainly were not the only people in the theater. That's good. Well, this is the first time I've seen it on a really large screen, because I've seen it at the Brooklyn Film Festival, and it's a much smaller screen, a much smaller crowd. And so, this really was the first time I got to see it in a proper movie theater, and it was wonderful. Everything, from the cinematography to the editing, the sound quality, it was really impressive and wonderful on the big screen. This is a film that I think everybody should see on the big screen.
Well, it's funny. We haven't seen it on the big screen. Like the only time I've ever seen it in a theater, we went into a screening room. It was pretty big, you know. The screening room I think had 100 seats in it, and that was the only time I've ever seen. And that was a different version of the movie. That was the first time we showed it to anyone. And that screening, my fellow producer Joel Zwick, who directed My Big Fat Greek Wedding, it was the first time he really saw a version of the film that was relatively finished, reasonably, and he loved it. He was the biggest supporter. I'm like, well, I'm glad I make my fellow producer happy, because if he didn't like it. But it's really weird. Like I've never seen it in a theater, not in a proper theater with proper sound. I mean, that screening we went to was good, but tomorrow we're going, taking the family. You know, Elizabeth's mom is coming, and she saw that early screening, but it's different now, and the sound mix is much, much better. And it's wild. It's wild, you know, because my whole career has been one of, you know, while I was responsible for finding the script and developing Agent Cody Banks, and I do have, of course, a single card producing credit on both movies, I wasn't nearly as involved with the film, and that came out theatrically, as Tango Shalom. I mean, I really put my heart and soul into this weird, kind of quirky indie movie. And there's a lot of me in it. I suggested certain reshoots that Gabe had done, and he gave me a lot of creative leeway. So it's going to be fun, like going tomorrow with a bunch of friends, seeing it at the Landmark. And it was great to see showing sold out, because, you know, an independent movie lives or dies its first day of release. And I was worried. I mean, we had COVID. You had a hurricane in New York. I'm like, are the theaters going to be open, or is the whole city going to be? Is it going to be some day after tomorrow shit, like Roland Emmeriching New York City, and then no one's going to go? I'm like, that's just the story of my life. My entire career is you do all this work, and then you're thwarted in the end. So, well,
it's certainly uncertain times, and, you know, your film was completed and is in theaters, and I think that part of this also that's very interesting is that a lot of what you have in the film shows so much cooperation that happens here in New York that sometimes isn't always shown. Right. And I really love that. I love that it has this background of New York where people are communicating, and clearly in the film, different views are expressed, and still people go on their day without getting too upset when they hear opposing views. So that is very refreshing.
No, I mean, what's really interesting is, obviously the film was shot a while ago. It was shot 6 years ago, and I didn't start working on the movie till 2016. It was shot in July of 2015, and the world has sort of caught up to where the movie was. You know, uncertain times. While Wall Street's booming, a lot of people are out of work. You know, we've had COVID decimate our economy, and everyone's mad at each other. You know, and it's funny that the film, now I look at the movie and I'm like, wow, maybe the reason we made it in fits and starts, and we didn't have money to work anymore on it, and we had to come back to it. Maybe there was a reason. I mean, I don't think there's like some cosmic reason, anything like that, but you know, when you work on something, it if you stick with it, the universe rewards your efforts. I think the German philosopher Goethe said, once you start putting yourself out there, once you truly decide on a course of action and move forward with that course of action, I'm paraphrasing now, but the universe, the tumblers of the universe will sort of click into place and help you along in your task. But you have to be truly committed. And like I've said before, I've said it on other podcasts, I think anyone who's ever setting out to make an independent movie, especially in this day and age, is doing something inherently positive, because the idea of making a movie presupposes that one day there's going to be an audience that will watch it. Otherwise, why make a movie? You can sit and write a book. I mean, people are like, I write for myself. No, I mean, I think that when you're making a movie, you're inherently making it for other people to watch, which I think is optimistic in itself. And this film defined independent cinema. I mean, it was, everything about it is as indie as it gets. And we had a lot of, I thought, unsurmountable production issues, but we surmounted them. You know, and there's a lot of people, like, for instance, I was working on the Axanar fan film, and that all went pear-shaped. But what's interesting is the people that I met working on that fan film, a lot of them contributed to this movie. Alexander Bornstein did the special effect shot of Moses getting struck by lightning. I didn't say Alexander Bornstein. I meant Tobias Richter and his company, The Lightworks. Alexander Bornstein, who scored Axanar, did some music for Tango Shalom. So Alexander and Tobias Richter and his company, The Lightworks, they did the digital matte painting of the Promised Land at the beginning. With this, it's supposed to look like a 50s matte painting with the sun shining and the birds flying. I mean, if I hadn't worked on that ill-fated project, I wouldn't have met the people that contributed to that film. And so many people, Ben Alpe ended up doing the 3D title of Tango Shalom that's in the beginning of the movie, which is something I wanted. It was an idea that I pitched him, and he came on board and did that. And then my friend Darren Doctorman, who is now working on the 4K director's edition of Star Trek The Motion Picture, he did about 40 visual effects shots for us that you wouldn't know that there were visual effects. I mean, a lot of like compositing of TV images on TV screens, but he did some wire removal. And, I've known Darren for 25 years. He's a dear friend. So it was a lot of fun. I mean, my girlfriend Elizabeth worked in post-production on the movie. And Mike Bodden, who I met who's now one half of the Burnettwork, really, he worked on the film as well. So it was really, and then of course all the great actors. I mean, I got to show this movie at Connie Stevens' house the other night, and Elliot Gould came. Wow. And I mean, Elliot Gould came. Francis Fisher was there. I got to talk to Francis Fisher about Unforgiven. I talked about Elliot Gould about The Long Goodbye. It was very funny. Afterwards, I said to him, I go, I talked about Capricorn 1. I was like, I got to say, I loved you in Soderbergh's Oceans 11, 12, and 13. And I asked him, I said, there's a line reading that you have in the movie. It's I don't think anybody would remember it particularly, but it's something I loved the way you delivered this line. And you're talking to Matt Damon's character, Bobby Caulfield's kid, and that you do this thing. And I said to him, I go, you do this thing where you go, you having a good time? Now that's wonderful. Now get in the goddamn house. And I told him I love that line. And he told me a whole story about that particular line. And I think he was delighted. Like, I did not know this. And it was, I sat there and I'm like, I'm at Connie Stevens' house, who is, Jolie Fisher was there, Princess Leia's half-sister, who is running for the presidency of the Screen Actors Guild. She was there watching it, and it was just Tyne Daly, one half of Cagney and Lacey. She was there. Like, it was like, I'm sitting in this house, I'm thinking, I'm showing Tango Shalom, and these are all Joe Bologna's dear friends, and Renee and Laney were there, and I'm talking to Elliot Gould, and I'm just like, this is so weird. It's so weird and delightful, and dare I say, fucking metal. It was fucking metal talking to fucking Elliot Gould about The Long Goodbye. No, but it was just amazing. I mean, this movie, and the fact that it's going to Russia, it's going to another country next week that we will. I can't say who it is, but maybe America's hat might have something to do with it. Can't say, but it might. You never know. People in a foreign land close to us might be seeing it in 4 of their major cities next week, maybe.
Yes, and Robert, let's talk about this film as an altruistic art form, because, as you know, the screenwriters said that they wanted this film to promote peace, and that's not a tagline I ever hear about a film. In fact, I don't think I've ever heard that in any other film.
Yeah, I mean, yes, the Laniato brothers, who the brainchild, Jose and Claudio, my producers, and they both star in the movie playing brothers, and they're brothers in real life, and their daughter, Jose's daughter Justine is in the film. She actually sings a song on the end credits. It was a movie that was about peace. I mean, that about how even different religions. I mean, Moshe, who's a Orthodox Jew, goes. A lot of it's very funny. There's been some criticisms of this movie from people that would say, well, an Orthodox Jew would never set foot in a Catholic church. And I'm like, this movie's a fable, and it's a movie. And that's the point, is that, yes, an Orthodox Jew wouldn't set foot in a Catholic church. But our character is undergoing a very sort of unique spiritual crisis, and he consults with other religious leaders that he wouldn't normally consult with. But to me, that's the kind of thing that would happen in New York, man. I mean, anything could happen in New York. And I think that when I hear people like there was, you know, the movie is not for everybody. It's a quirky little, low budget Jewish indie spiritual quest family dance comedy fable, and there's been some criticism from the Jewish community leveled at the movie that some of it's not authentic, and I'm like, but we never said it was. You know, it's not a documentary. And, you know, the Orthodox Jewish community has been hammered in various media over the last couple of years. And I actually lived for a while in a Hasidic neighborhood, and I had nothing but good experiences with the people. I mean, yes, I've often joked I'm a stealth Jew because I was raised in a Reformed Jewish family. But I had a wonderful experience living. I lived for 5 years in a relatively Orthodox neighborhood, Hasidic neighborhood, and I love my neighbors. You know, I was there during 9/11 when 9/11 happened, and the neighbors. I was living in this guest house with my ex-wife, and the family that lived in front of me in the house in front of me on 9/11, they came and they knocked on my door and they said, "Listen, we'd really like to have you over for dinner, you and your wife over for dinner," and we had a lovely time because, you know, that was a very strange time 20 years ago. I mean, we're on the cusp of celebrating the 20th anniversary of 9/11, which will be next Saturday, and
Right.
the film will still be playing in theaters. I mean, there's one image. It's very subtle, but there's an image of the new Freedom Tower in the movie at the end, and there's a lot of things in the film that, like, when I was cutting the movie, God was a character for me. And God shows up as in different incarnations throughout the movie. And every time you see like the skyline of New York with the rolling clouds and stuff, that was kind of, to me, the gaze, or it was God's eyes, you know, looking down on the world and stuff. And Gabe thought I told him once, I go, you realize, like, there's kind of a stoner in the movie in one brief moment. And he says, go to this Hindu temple. It's not a Hindu temple, it's a Sikh temple, but he's a stoner and he doesn't really know that. He's like, there's a Hindu temple up the street, go there. And I said to Gabe one day, I said, you know, that's God. And he goes, what do you mean? I said, that guy, because he just appears from nowhere from behind a tree. That's actually, in my mind, when I was cutting the movie, I'm like, that's God. And there, I could show you, I could go through the movie and point out where God exists. It's kind of like in Battlestar Galactica, God was a character. You just never saw God. I mean, you saw Head Six and Head Baltar and his angels, his operatives, and of course, God gives Starbuck her life back and gives her a divine viper. So I'm like, and this is how I'm thinking when I'm making this movie, that God was in the film, and there, because we had to do that. Like, in my mind, I'm like, these things, because when you're cutting the movie, no one will necessarily know that's what you meant, but they can feel that something's going on. Like, they know, they're like, okay. But I'm glad you liked it. I'm glad you saw it in a theater. I hope people, it's not my normal bill of fare, that people don't think of me as like, oh, you made a quirky family comedy, you know, about spirituality and inclusion.
They have no choice but to think of it now and associate you with it. And, you know, I think that overall it shows the potential for this year and for the years to come, just the optimism that we've been looking for in a world that feels like it's being crushed by negativity. But I also believe that the film is what we need right now. And, you know, people are seeking guidance, and it is true that the film is entertaining, but I also think that it provides guidance that can benefit a lot of people. So, you know, it really is fantastic that you've been able to do this, Robert.
Well, I appreciate that. And I appreciate you've been very supportive of the movie. You went and saw it at the Brooklyn Film Festival. You went and saw it today with Mikey. I hope Mikey liked it. And he likes it. Hey, Mikey. So that was cool. I still owe him. I've got his Live and Die in L.A. Blu-ray, which I'm going to sell him. But you know what? Do you know what else came out today? Besides Tango Shalom?
Yes, I do.
Iron fucking Maiden's new fucking record.
Their album, Senjutsu. And Senjutsu is a Japanese word that means tactics and strategy. And it's I think it's their 17th album, and they haven't released an album in 6 years. So, and to be honest, I haven't, because I've been so busy. I've only listened to some of the album. It's fucking epic. Like It's really good. Like, I went and immediately ordered, I don't think I'll get it for my Let's Get Physical Media, but I ordered a deluxe version of this record. I mean, it's kind of one for the ages. I have really enjoyed what I've heard. I just gave it a cursory glance, cursory listen to, but, you know, I got to sit down where no one's listening so I can turn it. Well, I'll just wear headphones and turn it up really loud. But, I mean, there's some long, epic Maiden riffs, and wow. And it's not often on Midnight Metal we get a metal event. I would call this a seismic, depending on how loud you play the record, a seismic metal event. Are you a Maiden fan?
I am a Maiden fan, and unfortunately, I haven't had a chance to listen to this album.
Well, it did just come out today, so.
Yeah, but I'm going to listen to it, and I'm going to do a review of it, and I just can't wait. I mean, some of the songs are 7 minutes long on this album, and, you know,
and
that's
longer.
What we're looking for. Yes. And from what I hear in the chat, Dave Parker wants to come on and say hello to you tonight.
Oh, well, I can. We've got Zephyr Chan's going to come on later. If Dave Parker is in, if he's in now, I can obviously bring Dave Parker on because I'm sure he would like to talk about this record. So, and why shouldn't he? I'm going to bring, it's like having the two of you on is like having a dream team. So I will send Dave a link right now and he can talk about, because I do want to read a few things about Iron Maiden. And, you know, Iron Maiden's been around for, we're talking 4 decades. I mean, they're Empire Strikes Back old. And they've kind of been, what I have always loved is there's a certain, the same way I love science fiction, fantasy, and horror, you know, Maiden has sort of embodied sci-fi horror. I mean, Eddie, their iconographic character, is both an alien, a living dead creature, a technologically advanced. Eddie can be whatever he needs to be. So that's, you can't not. And the same reason I started listening to Kiss when I was like 10, because they were a sci-fi horror band. And you know, what's not to love? But I think Maiden is truly the musicianship from that band is something. You know, it's and they like the Stones. This is an album that shows no sign of. It sounds as great as. I mean, I was blown away by it. Mm-hmm. You know, and you think back to Wasted Years or Evil That Men Do or The Red and the Black. This album. It was so nice to hear something like this in this day and age.
Yeah, we really needed it. We need this uplifting music just to get us back into the metal feeling that we've been missing for so long.
I found this article written by Kyler Barton from 2012, and I wanted to read something from it about Iron Maiden. And he says, I've been a Maiden fan since I was 11. My interest began after I heard their third album, The Number of the Beast, for the first time. I think The Number of the Beast is the first Maiden album I heard, actually. More than a decade later, my enthusiasm for the band is not diminished. I don't know, it had to be before that then. I designed my own degree that combined journalism, creative writing, and cultural awareness. A documentary about Maiden from 2009 inspired the central idea for my senior project. Hang on, I'm going to bring Dave Parker on here. I'll bring him onto the show in a minute. Up to a point, I knew Maiden had a significant worldwide following. Seeing the documentary only confirmed that fact. In Flight 666, Maiden's manager, Rod Smallwood, said some fans had gathered near the concert venue 10 days before the show in Colombia. Although the country's military confiscated food and cameras throughout the week, fans could not have been more excited to see Iron Maiden. The band had never performed in Colombia before. The world knows that Colombia has a very serious social problem, but here the metal music is alive, a fan said in the documentary. This is the main dream for every rocker here in Colombia. I think I'm going to cry there. I know I sound very emotional, but I think I'm going to cry there because I grew up listening to Iron Maiden. And this article, I'm going to put this article in the live chat, but it's a great reminiscence about Iron Maiden, and I think it's worth reading. And Iron Maiden's been around for a long time. But now, while he's going to come and join us, I have to make his lower third say his name. I'm going to bring in the other the other person that is on this show, and let me put him in. Coach. Ooh, he's looking very metal tonight too. Hold, please. So, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, not Zephyr Chan, but Dave Parker joins us tonight. Dave, are you feeling metal tonight? Are you feeling Maiden tonight, I should ask you?
Oh my God, I am so Maiden. It's insane.
So Maiden, it's insane. And now, have you heard any of the album yet?
Dude, the writing is on the wall. The writing is on the wall. And if you don't know what that means, sir, that is a track from this new album.
Yes, it is.
Yeah,
I thought you were going to go all
listening.
Sam Smith and Spectre on me, and I'm like, dude, don't do that.
No, I've been listening to it on and off during the day as I've been working and everything. And do you know this album has been done for almost 2 years now, and they put it in a vault and they locked it up, and they waited and they waited and waited so it could not get leaked. So that's the power of Eddie and Maiden, that they can just lock up their music. They've had this album done for a long time, and and now it's finally been unleashed to us, the public, which is, it's any day a new Maiden song comes on, it's a good day, man.
Well, I'd like to read.
Day.
It is a fucking metal day, and we would be remiss if this show did not honor the great Iron Maiden. And the Rolling Stone did a review of the album, and this is from the review written by Corey Grow. Remember that patience is no sin, sings Bruce Dickinson a whole 3 minutes into Senjutsu's The Parchment. And he's not kidding, since the song, which is one of the album's standouts, stretches on for another 10 minutes. Luckily, Iron Maiden typically not ones to waste listeners' time. In those 13 minutes, the band blends cinematic Lawrence of Arabia strings with military march guitar riffing. Dickinson bellows an Olivier Award-worthy monologue about his primal quest for fear, and the band's 3 guitarists each take turns indulging themselves in solos at times when most conventional heavy metal bands conclude their tunes. But Iron Maiden have never been conventional. A little more than 40 years ago, Maiden established themselves as one of the most original metal bands to emerge in the wakes of Black Sabbath and Judas Priest, where most of heavy metal's forefathers consecrated the genre tag with foot-slogging doom-saying. Maiden played punkish, nimble, Christy Cour, this French word I can't, people watch me know I can't speak French, declaring victory over non-believers or painting hammer horror vignettes over galloping guitar assaults. About midway into the 80s, they adopted a more progressive approach to their music, writing longer, more intricate songs with even more fantastical lyrics without compromising an ounce of metal cred. They also invented the instantly recognizable Maiden-esque riff, jagged, economical, almost Bach-like melodies that capture minutes of drama in just a few seconds, which have echoed in the music of bands from Metallica to Papa Roach. I mean, what a great summation of Iron Maiden.
You're gonna make me that almost made me cry.
I could see that.
Very emotional, man. Holy shit, that's amazing. And you know what? I think it's now, look, it's long overdue. And look, Iron Maiden, along with Judas Priest, along with Black Sabbath, they are now the godfathers of the metal. Along with Dio, it's like, you got to just, it's time. If they haven't been bestowed that before, it's time to give them that.
Yes.
They've been there. They've laid that foundation for many a band. And all you have to do is, what's amazing to me is, Iron Maiden's fan base is so rabid. All you have to do, the nice thing is that every time Maiden puts out an album and goes on tour, they put out these amazing concerts. Now, I've seen Maiden in concert, and it is incredible.
Yeah, I saw him in Seattle.
Absolutely incredible. And the way they sound and play is so tight. But when you go and watch these concert videos that are shot sometimes in Argentina or somewhere else in the world, and you have 200,000 people all going insane for them, you really realize the impact that they actually have. And this, this happens to this day in other countries. Here in America, it's a little different now. We don't get that, and haven't for a lot of years. I mean, this is a band that can live and die without America at this point. And that's just something amazing. And they branched off onto so many things. It's like, a couple of years ago, they put out this amazing graphic novel called Legacy of the Beast, which is all about Eddie, and it goes through the times and the eras of the albums, and with him, it's like Egypt and
Mayan,
World War One, and all these eras, and it's an amazing graphic novel of that. I mean, they've done video games. They've done so much stuff, and you can tell it's all for the fans. And and then you have Bruce Dickinson, who can also fly a 747, who actually flies the tour plane for the band.
Yeah. I first saw Maiden. It was the Beast on the Road tour. That was for Number of the Beast, in support of Number of the Beast, and it was in It was in '82. And
God, you're fucking so old,
dude. I was 15. But when I was a kid, I went to a lot of shows. I saw a lot. I saw my first concert, Dave. I've told you this, was Kiss. I saw Kiss Dynasty tour. That was the Dynasty tour. Yes, that was my first rock concert of all time. The first time I ever saw.
I went when I was. I was way too young. I was way too young, and this is aging me. But you have to imagine how young I was. I shouldn't have been in here, but I was forced to go. Forced on my brother and my cousin, who wouldn't want me there. Styx, Paradise Theater.
Wow.
Dude, I would love to, because they're still one of my favorite bands. Don't laugh. I love Styx. Tonight's the night. We'll make history. Come on, man. Paradise Theater is a great record.
But that was the first one, and then, but I have to say, as far as first concerts go, and I probably mentioned this before on the show, the first one that I actively went out when I was still in grade school and went and saw was Twisted Sister, Stay Hungry. And it was amazing. And the thing is, Rob knows my love for Twisted Sister, and he knows that I've been very fortunate. I've known Dee Snider. We've worked together before on stuff that didn't come about, unfortunately, which really sucks. But a transformative band for me, absolutely. Just to, maybe not as much as Kiss was, but still huge in my life. And that led to Maiden. So I just love, and Twisted Sister is no more, but Maiden is still there. It's like, it's these things, and we need this stuff now more than ever.
Yeah, well, they're calling it the metal for the ages, and that it's their best album in decades. This is just, the reviews are phenomenal. And I love that they decided to make it a themed album. I just love that idea. I think it's a fun idea, and it revitalizes the idea of metal. And they talk about their popularity in Japan and how important that is to them. And so, choosing that title was significant to them as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
And the artwork that has generated from that concept and that album is so incredible. Eddie as the psycho samurai, he looks like someone out of one of my favorite Bad B movies, Neon Maniacs. He's ready to take place with the Neon Maniacs and just slice and dice. It's so awesome.
We need like a Hot Toys figure or a sideshow.
Oh. but okay. Here's the question for you, for both of you. If you were going to do an Eddie hot toy, what would it be? Which album cover? Which era? Which thing would it be?
I do the original and I do this one, and it would have to be something like Prime One Studios. It would have to be, either one of the Prime statues or premium format statue.
Yeah, I would have to. Now I'm thinking, which is the cover where he's got? I'd have to have the one
in time.
Yeah,
in time
with the gun. He's got the gun in his hand.
Where's the cyborg? He's the cyborg.
Yeah, I think I'd have to go for the cyborg.
Being the horror guy, I have to have the definitive killers, Eddie.
Yeah.
From that cover.
Has Prime One Studios ever done an Eddie?
I don't know. I just think it would be so cool to do something like that.
But I would also love Fear in the Dark, that album cover, the Eddie, that was the tree thing. And the other thing is, I have an Iron Maiden connection, Rob. My first movie, The Dead Hate the Living, such a classic. Please don't seek it out. But in it,
I would seek it out.
But in it, I have a actor who plays unlike Romero movies where it's all just a bunch of zombies. We had character zombies because I didn't want to have just a bunch of generic zombies. And one of them was this guy named Matthew McGorry, who was also in Tim Burton's movie Big Fish. But before he did Big Fish, and after he did my movie, he's also in House of a Thousand Corpses and The Devil's Rejects. But he is also Eddie in the Wicker Man video for Iron Maiden.
Wow.
Yeah, dude, that's some badass shit right there. That's fucking metal.
Wow.
Yeah.
What do you think about also the I think there was not the Egyptian Eddie, but what's the other one?
Well, there's the Trooper is always a very famous one.
Yes. What did you think about the Mayan Eddie?
Not one of my favorites.
Mm-hmm.
I think I like the Egyptian one better, but I just like, but I like the idea of Mummy Eddie and everything else.
But I also think it's interesting that the band has chosen to incorporate these cultures into essentially their artwork and their production values.
Absolutely.
So I think that they're showing the respect that they have for other cultures.
Yeah, totally, and I think that also reflects on, and it's funny because, with Iron Maiden, that you cannot forget the artist Derek Riggs, who has done their artwork for their albums for so long, and has made such a huge impact. And I love the fact that every Maiden album is still there. They've never done for one of their albums just here's a band photo, here we are. It's always been a painted piece of artwork for their album covers, which I know goes against the grain, I'm sure, of what their record company is telling them what to do. And at this point, how can you tell Iron Maiden to do anything?
Yeah, and I'm sure it does go against what the record company is asking. And we know that through the years, one of the things that a lot of these artists would always ask the record companies to pay for the packaging on their albums and stuff that would become pricey after making millions and millions of these jackets. But this artwork that they did, the armor on Eddie is just spectacular looking. It's beautiful.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, even after the album cover of this one, I've seen other paintings that have been done for it,
yes, that
are even more stunning, and I'm just like, holy shit, this is amazing.
Well, my love of samurai, you can always see my samurai figures where they're right there. I'm a huge samurai warrior fan, so the fact that this is a samurai, I mean a Japanese word, but that you have Samurai Eddie, I mean, if Prime One Studios did this as a statue, and it was like a third scale, so it'd be like 4 feet tall. Come on,
it'd be amazing. The Richard said that RM and me you're either too loud or too low or something. Guys, let us know. Were we a little better? So yeah, let us know if I adjusted mine. I brought mine down a little bit, so hopefully it's better.
I don't know how to adjust mine. I admit I got a new microphone, but I haven't plugged it in yet. Maybe I should get it. I don't know.
Well, if nothing else, computer settings, you'll be able to go to the sound and the output volume, and you can adjust it down a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah. Should be. But Rob, what I really, besides being able to like a little celebrate this album release a little bit, what you're going to be doing all night, which I think is really cool, but because we aren't going to be able to do it tomorrow night, and I wanted to bring up tomorrow night just a little bit.
Yeah,
because we have a very special guest coming on at 12:30 tomorrow night.
We do. And who is that special guest?
And guys, tomorrow night, Jeffrey Reddick, the creator of the Final Destination series, will be with us tomorrow night.
Wow.
And he will talk about Final Destination. He will talk about the movie he directed and Don't Look Back, and all the crazy adventures he's had in Hollywood, and what a big metal fan he is.
Are you going to make me a graphic for that, Dave?
When I get to it. It's been a busy day, Rob.
Yeah,
yes.
I know. It has very much so been a busy week. So
okay.
yeah,
my mic is low anyway, but I'm not going to be on long, guys. So you'll just have to deal with it tonight.
You sound good.
Okay.
But they're saying I sound too loud.
Yeah, but that's it's you're
but you're not like phasing out or over modulating, so it's just you're crisp. RM, you're just crisp. And we're glad you're not flooded. Because the footage out of New York and Jersey this week, absolutely insane. Absolutely crazy.
And people lost their lives. It's just
I know. It's
horrifying.
More people lost their lives in New York than they did in New Orleans, in Louisiana, which is crazy. But again, sadly, it kind of makes sense because New York they've never had a flash flood before.
Really, I mean, looking at those shots of the subway station where the water was just pouring in.
Incredible. And then the trains, which had water in them. Inches of water in them. It's like crazy times, but no global warming, guys. It's all fine.
Well, a lot of times when events like this happen, I wanted to go into the city today, which I did, but the trains can get affected, and then all of a sudden you can't go anywhere because all the systems get shut down. But fortunately, I was able to make it into the city today. But imagine being in the subway and seeing water running down into the subway. The only way that you can get out is going up those stairs where this wall of water is
but that's the crazy thing. It was literally this wall of water, and it's just like, oh fuck, what am I going to do? I guess I'm going to back up and hope to God it doesn't go higher. But yeah. It's scary. And then I did see this lovely video of a rat doing a backstroke, today, which was nice. It was like one of those big New York subway rats just doing.
Rats got to swim, They got to exercise.
Oh, wow, this is nice. It was like, all right, yeah, there we go.
they adapt. They'll make it through. When everything floods out, they'll be around. So.
Those in the roaches. RM, have you ever seen Mulberry Street, the movie?
No, I have not.
Oh, you have to. It's so good. Rob, you've seen Mulberry Street, right?
Yes.
Isn't that great? It's Nick DiManchi and the director who's gone on to do many big things.
Mm-hmm.
Can you look that up? I can't remember his name.
I'm looking that up right now for you.
We've actually we've met him at Scows before. Really great guy.
Jim Mickle?
Jim Mickle. That's right.
Yeah.
Really, really talented guy who did the Joe Lansdale series.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. That was on TV, but he also did Stakeland, which is a really great vampire movie. If you guys haven't seen that, that's really good too. But
it's really cool how they did it.
Yeah, but Mulberry Street he did for like $30,000 or $50,000 in an apartment building in New York somewhere with.
Oh my gosh!
And it's a sort of virus movie, but
people start turning into like rats.
Yeah, they
It's
eat
sort of
like
a
they.
rat.
Yeah,
It's sort of like a zombie movie, but instead of turning into flesh-eating zombies, they turn into these like rat people.
yeah.
And it's real, but it's really good though.
It is
Yeah.
really
It
good.
really works.
No, it's
And
really
they go
good.
round and round.
What goes around comes around. I'll tell you why.
True.
Well, I got to check it out. I think a few weeks ago you both were talking about Doomsday.
Neil Marshall's Doomsday.
Neil Marshall's Doomsday.
Yeah.
Neil Marshall just wrapped his new movie.
Yes, he did. He just wrapped The Lair in Budapest, Hungary.
Yeah.
I'm very excited.
Why don't we have Neil on?
Yeah.
I'll work on it. We'll work on it.
Call him up.
We'll get Neil and Charlotte on, and they can talk about The Lair. I mean, and that's the thing, because this is his like return to.
Well, we could talk about The Reckoning's
horror.
coming out too. So on.
Well, no, Rob, The Reckoning is out.
No, but I mean
The
on
Reckoning.
home. I mean on home video.
No,
it's already out.
It's already out on Blu-ray and it's on Shudder for those who want to see Neil Marshall's new thing. But Doomsday is this beautiful amalgam of Escaping New York, Excalibur, and The Road Warrior, all mixed into one movie. After he did The Descent, they were like, "What do you want to do?" And he goes, "I want to make a big budget fucking movie of all these three together." And
well,
it's very underappreciated, I think, because it's so
it's bonkers.
It's metal in its spirit, even though the end goes to Frankie Goes to Hollywood, two tribes go to war.
Dude, it's so, and not only that, he uses the John Carpenter font, the graphics from Escape from New York. I mean,
he does then and then now.
Yeah,
it's like it's
so good.
I mean, it's such a Valentine to the 80s.
And we met Neil in 2009 in Sigis. He was a judge.
Well,
at Sigis.
I mean, I had known Neil a little before then, but we really got to hang out with him at Sigis. Yeah, he was there.
And that was a lot of fun. We'd have those dinners, and what a nice guy. And then I threw a dinner when they first moved to LA.
Yes, you did. Yeah. So
that was fun.
Well, the reason why I'm asking is because one of the PGS members, a gentleman by the name of Russ Whitfield, happens to be friends with Leanne Liedenberg, who plays Viper in Doomsday.
Okay.
So I wasn't sure if you guys were interested in. I could ask him to ask her if she wants to come on to the show if you guys are interested in.
Yeah.
Hey, tell him when we we'll try to hook Neil up and get him on the show, and when we do, absolutely. Let's get her on and have some memories as we go.
That's member berries. Yes, I mean it's funny because Neil Marshall, like I love Centurion. He did that.
Yes.
And I like that.
I love Dog Soldiers, which they've recently restored. That was his first.
And he's
feature.
getting the right. And he's getting the right. And he's like finally getting the rights back to Dog Soldiers.
Yeah, I mean, and and of course I think The Descent is one of the finest horror films of the last 20 years. I mean,
it's easily, since it came out, one of the best, I think, scariest and best horror movies to come out. And it's so meticulously made. And the thing that's amazing about it, and this goes to us, Rob, which I didn't know initially. Most of that movie is shot on stage.
Yeah. Yep.
And it doesn't feel like it at all.
Nope.
But when we were casting for The Hills Run Red, we went to Ealing Studios in the UK, outside of London, or in London, I should say. And in between breaks, I was walking around and I saw the stage doors were open and they were building something and it looked like caves. And I was like, is this for The Descent Part 2? And they go, yeah, this is where we did the first one. And I'm like, really? Wow. That's crazy. Oh, that's awesome. So yeah, it was like that a majority of that movie, The Descent, was shot on stage, was really impressive. But I don't know if I have jumped more in a movie and been more sort of clenched in my seat than I have with The Descent since it came out. And I saw it
I don't know, Dave.
out.
I remember a time when you
it.
came to my house and we watched. Was it Below?
And trust me, but
you were
didn't
screaming
see
like
Descent.
a little bitch, dude. You were just jumping all over the place.
Hey,
it's watching horror movies with you is a very fun experience.
Exactly, and you know what? That's the thing. It's like, I don't care. I'll own that screaming like a bitch watching horror movies because you know what? If it's working for me,
yeah,
that's so good. That's all you want, and it's so rare now because you and I, especially, have seen so many things.
Yeah,
but you didn't see me with The Descent. Below got me maybe like 3 times.
And that's David Twohy, and I love David Twohy.
So underrated, but that movie got me to go. The Descent full on got me to go. Ah! 5 times, and and that was before it opened in theaters here in America. We watched it at someone's house, and I did that. That's how effective that movie is.
I wish I could have seen that.
It's there, but again, that's the thing. There's no, and I love being able to react that way. I love when a movie gets to me. The last movie that probably really did that was either A Quiet Place, as far as like really being effective as a first watch experience, or Hereditary, on totally different levels. But it is so fun to be scared. It's so metal.
It is metal. I mean, you know, and horror, dude. Horror is back, baby. Not that it's ever gone anywhere, but my God, there's so many things out, and I mean, Shudder.
We have Malignant coming next.
Dude,
week.
I can't wait to see Malignant.
I can't wait to talk to you next week because we'll be able to, because it premieres Friday, and then we can talk about it next Saturday.
Can we get James to come on?
No, he's a little busy doing this Aquaman 2 thing.
Yeah, but you never know.
Yeah, no, I think I know.
He's in Australia, right? Or he's in Britain. Where is he?
No, they're in the UK. They're shooting in the UK this time. And I
have
love
him come on for an hour before breakfast.
Yeah. In between setups, which an hour. In
it
between
is Saturday,
should
Dave.
not be a crazy thing.
They're not shooting on Saturdays. Come on,
Hey,
come on.
I can always try, but I would say let's not count on that one.
No,
because you know, press like that when you're at that level has to be done through the studio. It has to be sanctioned and approved by the studio. You know that. You know that.
Dude, you know my philosophy. Never ask for permission. You beg for forgiveness. Oh, yeah, but Rob, are we supposed to get this approved? I didn't know that.
Oh, what? That's right. You know what? RM, do you know what my annual Christmas or Hanukkah gift to Rob is?
No, I do not. What is it, Dave? Please tell me.
Knee pads, because he's always on his knees begging for forgiveness.
Yeah, but at least I'm having a good time.
Oh, I bet you are. Someone asked me, is The Descent 2 any good? The Descent 2 is okay, but you definitely see it was directed by the editor of The Descent. Here's the problem. Really, there shouldn't have been a sequel to The Descent, except it was popular, and of course they're going to do one. So they had to stretch it out. They had to like really stretch, trying to make the story work. It's okay. It's bloody. It's gory. There's some effective moments in it, but it is, I think, a really pale comparison to the original. I have not watched Blood Red Sky yet on Netflix, but I hear great things about that. So
me too.
I really do want to see that. I really want to catch that soon. But I have not seen that yet either. I was just, again, looking in the chat. Sorry. I don't mean to like take over.
No, you're not taking over. You're
hijack the show or anything.
No, you're not. It's wonderful to have you here.
I just really wanted to promote our show with Jeffrey Reddick tomorrow and let everyone who is watching know about that, because that's gonna be a good time.
Well, Dave, we've got
as every week is. So.
We have another guest waiting in the wings.
All right,
to talk China.
Okay.
And it was good to see you, and I can't wait for tomorrow's show. By the way, yes. I don't know if there's any. I don't know what you're doing tomorrow, but at 4:20 at the West Side Pavilion, all of us are seeing Tango Shalom at 4:20 in the afternoon. I don't know if there's any tickets left, but if you're interested,
420.
yeah, dude. I mean, get stoned. But if you can, and by the way, anybody, if you're in the LA area tomorrow, Gabe Bologna, the director, and myself, and all of our peeps and families and whatever, we're all going to be at the Landmark in LA seeing Tango Shalom. Because
where is the Landmark? Where is that?
It's in the West Side Pavilion on Pico.
And where is that? In Pico, and that is where in Los Angeles for those who might not know.
It's right down the street from the Nakatomi Plaza that was in Die Hard.
So that would be Culver City.
No. It's West LA. It's because it's not quite
Century
Culver
City.
It's Century
City, Los Angeles. The West Side Pavilion,
where the apes revolted in conquest of the Planet of the Apes.
Exactly, and where the restaurant, I remember, Pink Taco was or might still be.
Yeah, and the Apple Pan.
Correct.
It's right across the street from the Apple Pan.
Yes. No, that place is great.
Yeah.
It's and you know what? And the Apple Pan is great. And
we should actually all go to the Apple Pan afterwards.
That place survived. You know it did.
Of course it did.
It's an institution.
Yeah.
It's amazing. So, awesome. Well, enjoy. Have a great rest of the show, guys. RM, always a pleasure.
It's a pleasure to see you too, Dave.
Thank you, Rob, for letting me come on for a little bit. Guys out there, thank you. Mm-hmm. And hopefully we'll see you tomorrow.
Jeffrey Reddick, the creator of the Final Destination franchise.
Wow.
He's a great guy.
He is.
He's a great guy. All right, man.
It's going to be a great show.
Dave,
all right.
We'll get metal tomorrow.
Good night.
All right. See you later, Dave. That was Dave Parker, everybody, the other co-host of the show. I got the greatest co-hosts. I got good people.
Thank you. It's good to see him. I enjoyed that.
It was good to see him.
Yeah.
Wow. There's. Hang on a second. I can't. There's. Wait. People have. Wait. You can't. People are in this session, and
okay.
I'm trying to get Zephyr to come in. I've got Zephyr. If you're here, hopefully you can come on the show now. Now this is going to be a total change of pace. So we're going to talk about what the Chinese have been doing, their weird crackdown on all kinds of strangeness that's happening, and we're going to bring on our someone that knows more about China than either of us will ever know. And I'm going to do a little adjustment here while I bring her on. So let me just figure this one out. So let me ask you this: if you could opine on, tell us about your. Obviously, you. When I was gone, we had the PGS All Stars show. I've got a bunch more episodes. Tom Jr. Jackson. You did one with Catherine. You've done episodes that they're all going to be launching this week on the Burnettwork. Tell us about that.
Well, PGS All Stars, I created the show because I wanted to focus on the talent that we have in the PGS. And the idea is to allow other PGS members to find out more about our community and the creators and what interests them. And so I've been doing PGS All Stars interviews with PGS members, as well as a PGS review show where I look at things that stir the imagination in PGS members. That includes movies. Some of our PGS members have books, other productions that they are in the process of putting through. So that's what it's all about. It's about the entire community, the PGS community, and promoting the talent within.
I thought it was such a great idea. By the way, we should mention that Mr. Foley, tell us about Mr. Foley has a book out. Is it out
yes.
yet? Has it come out yet?
Yes, it is. It is out. It's called Let's All Go to the Lobby. And the book is available on Amazon, and it's about concessions that we all know and love at the movies. It's a fantastic book. I interviewed him in regarding the book. It's not only informative, but it's a wonderful read, and it's a lot of very interesting facts about how and what you find at different concession stands. I love the book, Robert. It's a wonderful book.
I can't wait to read it, and I'm going to have some people next week. Casey Flan wrote this book that I want to promote. I want to have her on, How to Survive a Human Attack. This comes out next week. This book was so good. I loved it. It was so funny.
Is she one of our guests next week?
You know what? I'm going to ask her to do it next week. I'm going to ask her to come on for our show. I believe Howard Yang, a friend of mine, it's his wife who wrote this book. And they sent it to me, and I loved it. I thought it was a great choice. Well, I want to bring on, we've seen her before. You know her. You love her. She's cute as a button and wicked smart, as they said in Good Will Hunting. The old Zephyr Chan, the young Zephyr Chan. She's not old. Zephyr Chan, welcome back to Midnight Metal. Now, obviously, you are getting your PhD. I love the fact that you're the second Chinese woman who's become a member of the PGS who's going to be a doctor. Willow Yang got her PGS. She got her PhD and in molecular biology, but you are getting your doctorate in Buddhism.
Yes, that's correct.
And but not just a very specific form of Buddhism. What?
Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
On.
What? Explain what is your area of study?
My area of study is the first fully sinicized school of Buddhism, which is Tiantai, which is the school of Buddhism that emphasizes and places the most reverence to the Lotus Sutra. Wow,
anything with sutra in it, I'm in. So, but I have to say now, okay, a lot of things have happened in China over the last week, and I have to say that like one of the things that I'm like, okay, they want to get rid of images of men that aren't masculine enough, and then they want to take away online gaming. If you do online gaming for more than 3.
Well, not take away completely.
No, but you can only do it for 3 hours.
Yes,
they're going to limit it.
Limit it.
That's right.
Like,
and they've already placed limitations elsewhere in regards to the internet, and so this is even
as well as they're also cracking down on all foreign how should I say it? Foreign influences in their education system.
Yes, and so a bunch of friends that I know who are educators, academics and educators who teach remotely to foreign nations, including China, have been told that they're not going to be permitted to do this any longer.
Yes. So, because there are lots of for-profit foreign language training centers in the People's Republic of China.
Yes.
Those centers are basically closed, like forced to be shut down, and the teachers there are just they're all wondering like what to do now because basically they're not allowed to teach their foreign languages, the foreign languages that they used to teach. They're not allowed to anymore.
And English would be the main one. English would be one of the main. English and maybe French, I guess, would be the two. But that I know of, I just so many people who depended on this as their income and have depended on it for the last years.
Well, now it's all going underground.
Yeah.
Well, let me ask you this, Zephyr. I mean, this is a global community. Why does China think it's a good idea to, I mean, if you're going to be a cosmopolitan civilization, I mean, China's been around for thousands of years, and the Chinese culture is such a rich culture with a great history. Why do this? Like, what do they think they're going to do by cracking down on video gaming, talking about, well, we have to have men look more masculine. By the way, let me just say that today also was the day, well, Friday was the day that Shang-Chi opened, and I have to say...
so good.
Tony Leung, you want to talk about somebody who's masculine. If I was Chinese, I'd want to be Tony motherfucking Lung, and he was fucking dope. He was so fucking metal. His metal fucking rings. My God, I loved him in Shang-Chi. I loved him.
I loved that film. It was wonderful. I loved the whole thing. Was great.
Me too. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed the movie immensely as well. And you are right. And you are absolutely correct. Tony Leung, Leung Ji-Wai, he was amazing in that film.
Wasn't he great?
Yes.
I mean, you know, when Hot Toys did announce that they're making a Wenwu action figure, it almost made me feel a little better about them canceling the Tony Leung Lust Caution figure. I wanted him in his linen suit from the 30s, because, man, I mean, that dude, if you've ever seen Wong Kar-wai's In the Mood for Love, I mean, come on, man. No one wears a linen suit better than he does.
You should have S-Beam create a figure for that series for you.
But in answer to your previous question about why the CCP is doing this, I think it's because Pooh Bear. Sorry, I almost said his name. Sorry about that. I think it's because Pooh Bear. He is a fan of Chairman Mao Zedong, and he is. He basically put out a document on People's Daily as well as Xinhua News, which is the two main government publications, basically stating his desire, what he wants moving forward for the PRC, and basically it's ramping up nationalism and basically wanted to kickstart a cultural revolution 2.0.
Mm-hmm.
But to what end? Like, what do they think this cultural revolution? I mean, look, you know, I think that America has been woefully remiss in stopping China's influence around the world. China basically runs Africa, and they've made huge inroads into Europe, building infrastructure all through Europe. One of the things that is going to happen in Afghanistan is the new Taliban government, which is going to be announced, I think, tomorrow, is going to be trading with China, and they're going to build probably a highway that goes from the most western Chinese province all the way across, and they're going to build a superhighway right into Afghanistan so they can trade in that part of the world, giving China a huge foothold. And we have dropped the ball and allowed China to run roughshod over the planet, unchecked. And
well, that's because people want access to the Chinese market.
I know, but we've compromised so often in doing so. Look, the thing about China that people don't understand is it's thousands of years. China's playing the long game. And America plays a fiscal quarter game, and there are diametrically opposed philosophies. I mean, if it takes China 2-3, you know, there's a science fiction series called, forgive my pronunciation, Zephyr, but it's called Chung Kuo. Chung Kuo is the name of the series. It's a science fiction series that's set like 600 years in the future. Hang on, let me find out, and I will. But it's basically a series. It's kind of like how Firefly. In Firefly, they had China had taken over the world, and so.
Well, in Firefly, isn't it a combination of China plus the U.S.?
Sort of. Oh, here it is. Okay, yes, the series is.
Because I do know that in Firefly, the language spoken is a combination of English plus Mandarin, 普通话, 国语.
Yeah. The Chung Kuo series was written by David Wingrove, and it's CHUNGQUO, and and it's quite interesting. But I mean, so obviously, well, tell us about like where are we at here? Like, should we be worried about this? What does this mean for? What do you think's going on? What's going to happen? I mean. in China in the next 10 years? What do we have to look forward to? Or not? What do you think is going to occur?
Well, it all depends on what happens next year, because there is a very important meeting of the People's Congress of China. That's one. And number two, there may or may not be the 2022 Winter Olympics hosted by Beijing.
You think it might not happen?
I don't know, because lots of people are actively boycotting it, actively asking governments to boycott it.
Wow. I mean, we boycotted the election. We boycotted the Olympics in Russia. I mean, maybe it'll happen again.
Well, that was in 1980. You're talking about? Yes, that was.
But maybe it will be on as scheduled. We don't know, because I think there was an Olympics held by Nazi Germany.
Yeah, the 1936 Olympics.
Exactly. So if Nazi Germany could hold an Olympics, then so could communist China.
But we weren't quite sure what Nazi Germany was going to do in 36, and of course Jesse Owens, our main man, showed them up. A black American came and smoked those Aryan motherfuckers.
So maybe Japanese people could smoke the Chinese, because remember, the Chinese.
They kind of did that in World War II, though.
The Chinese Communist Party indoctrinated their children very, very young to hate the Japanese.
Well, okay, to be fair, look, I love Japan, but the Japanese were not very nice to the Chinese in World War II. The rape of Nanking.
I know, but that has nothing to do with the current generation.
No, it's true, it doesn't. But I mean, the Chinese rightfully.
Maybe this isn't very Christian of me to say, and which is why I am not Christian. But I do believe that we should not be responsible for the sins of our father, or for the sins that we are not personally responsible for.
Look, I agree. I think we need to learn that in this country as well. Like, we play our oppression Olympics well. Everybody wants to look back and blame our current problems on things that happened 150 years ago, which is ridiculous. Because if we did that, we wouldn't be able to do anything.
I mean, we should only be responsible for the thoughts, words, and deeds that we intentionally do.
That's very Buddhist of you.
Yeah, exactly. That's why the Buddha, in his infinite wisdom, altered the meaning of the word karma to mean intention, rather than the original meaning of simply action, like a verb, like just a simple any action that you do. Well, that's what the word karma means originally.
Well, let me ask you this. I mean, obviously your parents are in Hong Kong still.
Yes.
And you have a brother in the UK who's a doctor.
Yes.
So how do you feel about, where are we at? What should we as Americans, or anybody, I mean, this show goes out all around the world. What do you think that we should be looking for and worrying about or be aware of when it comes to China? What should we, as like the people that watch this show, I mean, we don't normally get political, but this isn't about politics. This is about real world. Well, I guess it is about politics, but it's about real world.
Well, whenever I'm in here, it is political, because I do not like the CCP at all.
Well, because they're totalitarian communist fucks that want to control the human right to survive and live free.
Well, mostly, to be very honest, the main reason I dislike the Chinese Communist Party so very, very much is because they did not honor their agreement to leave Hong Kong alone until 2047 or thereabouts.
Yeah, that's why Wong Kar-wai made that movie. 2047. But yes, I mean, because they're not. Look, it never works. Communism, collectivism, it doesn't work. It goes against the human spirit. And human beings, the great thing about Western civilization is that it honors the individual. And that's where our society has come. Communism doesn't do that. Collectivism doesn't do that. It does not allow a human individual to exceed, to excel, to exceed, to reach beyond their grasp. That's why I hate it. I hate Marxism. I hate collectivism. I hate communism. It's anti-human. And yet, we're still dealing with it.
Well, yeah, we're still dealing with it because we have communist China.
Yeah, and they're very successful.
Well, you both had mentioned earlier, one of you mentioned earlier about how they're cracking down on effeminate styles. And
and the effeminate styles that the CCP has in mind is actually those K-pop and J-pop idols.
Is that really what that is all about?
Yes.
Pretty much.
As long as they don't crack down on Blackpink, I'm all good.
And they're using tactics like charging them with things like tax evasion for quite large sums of money, when it's not true that they're not actually haven't done anything like that. So
as well as they're also because Chinese because the Chinese instant messaging app Weibo. Because that is attached to the instant messaging app WeChat, which is monitored by the authorities. The CCP could block whatever account they don't like. So in doing so, by that method, they're also cracking down on the celebrities' ability to encourage their fans to purchase their products.
It's true. And then the other thing that they're doing is they're for people who are making very high salaries, who have any sort of relation to, let's say, these effeminate styles, is that they're ordering the broadcasters who support showing these acts on broadcasts to lower salaries for people, even though the demand for seeing these entertainers or whomever, I guess you don't have to be an entertainer, but even though the demand for seeing these individuals is relatively high, the pay that they're going to be receiving will be now turned into a relatively low pay scale.
Well, all this in the name of decreasing the gap between rich and poor. Right.
Yes, and they're going after. I think that a lot of those performers, especially like BTS, I think they're fantastic. I love the way they look. So this is something that I'm concerned about, in the sense of a situation where they may have to change their look or forced to change their look. That really disturbs me.
Yeah, I mean, what, the Chinese government doesn't understand glam rock? I mean, come on. It's such a strange, to me, it's such a weird idea.
Well, the thing is, you have to understand that the CCP, and I think Winnie the Pooh especially, their arrogance is born of insecurity. Because because the way I interpret it is that they view those celebrities as threatening their power.
Mm-hmm. They certainly do have a broad influence, not just in China, but also internationally. So, their image is something that is very hard for the government to go ahead and try and control. And now they can control it this way.
Yeah, at least they can try. The great thing about China is there's always been a lot of very innovative, especially innovative young people that will circumvent and figure out ways to get around all this. It just seems so petty to me. When they have infrastructure projects all around the world, and they're locking up mineral rights in Africa.
Never underestimate the CCP's insecurity.
Oh no, I can't. I mean, if you look like Winnie the Pooh, I'd be insecure too. I mean, that guy, he looks like a boring accountant. When secretly he probably would love to be part of a K-pop boy band. but he's not. And that's it. That's the strange. I mean, the funny thing about it is where's the fun? Why is it that collectivism? We saw this in the 20th century. We saw the government, whether it was the October Revolution, in the late 1918, whatever, the Soviet Revolution and all this. No one's having fun. Where's the communist governments or the collectivist governments where people are having a good time? Like where are the party animals? Like, I mean, China, look, Hong Kong's a party city, man. Well, it was. And I'm just like, why is it that these like you say, it's the insecurity born out of these guys in power.
It's arrogance born from insecurity.
Yeah, and they're calling them vulgar influencers, and that word influencers tells you right there that they don't like that they have such a broad and international reach. Everybody,
because those influencers can.
No one on the earth who doesn't that band is.
Wait, hang on.
They're completely recognizable. So, the idea that any government thinks that they can silence a band that is that big, that has that much influence over the world, is just amazing that they feel that they can pull them back, not only in creativity, but also in image and possibly monetarily is just unbelievable. I don't think they're going to succeed with that particular band, but perhaps for some of the other bands, other influencers that are so popular, they're on almost 24 hours a day streaming. We see so many young people influenced, other artists influenced by them, wanting to do work with them, wanting to collaborate. I think eventually we're going to see, even more productions like film and television here with them. And they think that they're going to go ahead and change the inherent things about them that we love. It's heartbreaking.
By the way,
well, here's the thing. The Chinese government, the Chinese Communist Party may not be able to change the K-pop bands, K-pop or J-pop bands, itself, because they are not Chinese, but they can, stop them from performing in any country that they have power or influence over.
Yeah, but why would they want to? I mean, these guys are so boring. I mean, I can't. By the way, can I just say, Zephyr, Steven Saucedo, Old School Film and Gaming, says, I just noticed, Zephyr, your headphones are awesome. Cut headphones. Do you play Final Fantasy 14?
I'm not a gamer. My brother is, though.
You're not a gamer. Well, someone loves that. So, hey, you have fans. Just so you know, there are fans out there. But let me ask you this, Zephyr.
And may I comment something? May I say something to?
Yeah. Don't let me stop you.
Yes, that's why we're here.
All right. I would like to say. Forgive me if I pronounced it incorrectly.
Look, man, she says It's I love saying that.
But yeah. But yes. But yes, I was about to say that I'm not surprised that the Chinese Communist Party wishes to crack down on what they call vulgar influencers, because it all reminds me of why they cracked down on 法轮功 or 法轮大法.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but okay. Here's what I just don't get. Like, I understand these people, everybody wants to wield power over this, and I get it, it's economic and all that, but, China has such a robust and incredible youth culture. And there's so much innovation and so much excitement and so much, like, they can't control. They're trying to put a genie back in a bottle. They can never put back in a bottle. I mean, we live by restricting. It's kind of like the Taliban taking over Afghanistan again. Do we really want to go back to a 14th century Sharia law No, nobody wants to do that. The world is progressing. At the same time, what I don't get, I mean, my God, whether it's Texas's draconian abortion laws that they want, I mean, my God, a state in the United States has now asked people to inform on their neighbors. I mean,
that is definitely some cultural revolution things, because parents snitching on children snitching on their siblings, students snitching on their teachers, and so on and so forth. Very much tactics used in the Cultural Revolution.
I know, and you know, it's even like in this country, critical race theory steeped in Marxism. I mean, we're all this weird desire to go back to the old ways. I think people feel out of control. They feel that, oh, we have to grasp onto these things. Let's demonize everybody in some way, shape, and form, when really we should be celebrating the fact that our new technologies and our new, I mean, my God, the creativity that can be inspired by our new technology. I mean, you put iPads in kids' hands, and who knows what they're going to create? Who knows what they're going to do? We should be doing the exact opposite of what's happening. And I think, unfortunately for me, which my life, I'm an old man with limited time left on this planet. Please
don't say that.
I thought we would be in a very progressive, meaning not progressive like the way we're talking about it now. I'm talking about real progress, futurism, and creativity and innovation and all kinds of things. Technology has given everyone a voice, you know, and all you have to do is pick up the tools. We have more tools than ever before, and yet at every turn people want to limit people, the voices of and we watch it happening. Like these groups that are trying to hold on to power structures that were around for, it doesn't work. It's never going to work. You cannot stop people. You cannot stop the human spirit from innovating and exploding forth and doing great deeds. And yet everyone's trying to do that now. The GOP, which is metastasizing into some crazy, weird cult of scared, cowering individuals, when I'm watching this going, are you really Americans? Jesus Christ. Have you paid any attention to what's going on in this country? I mean, I'm watching, I feel like half the time I'm watching, not to get political, but
we are already political. We're talking about the CCP.
It's true, but I'm like, the entire world to me, it wants to, like, half of the world wants to go backwards. And I'm like, we're in a position now where humanity is on the cusp of doing great, amazing things. And the way to do it is not to be divisive and build walls up. We should be sharing our cultures. And we're a global community. We're interconnected through the internet right now. We can talk to each other around the world instantaneously. And everyone's trying to, like, I don't want to do that. I'm going to cower. I'm going to be scared, and I want to build walls. And no, we should be doing the exact opposite. And everyone's trying to hold on to their power. Your power's gone. It's gone. The old ways are dead, and hanging on to those ways, like, no, you know what? Let's just do industry the way we did it 50 years ago. Really? Well, look at the hurricane that hit New York. No, climate change is real.
New York City is lots of New York City is flooded, right?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, and like, hey, I was at my pet food store picking up Gilbert and Tallulah's food that I go. It's expensive premium food. I was listening to a girl, Lexi, who I've been going in there for years, and they all know me. She was telling me stories about how she gets yelled at by customers who don't want them to wear masks, that it's infringing on their freedoms. And I'm like, man, you wear a seatbelt. I have never been in a catastrophic car accident. Never. Knock on wood. I put my seatbelt on every time I get in a car. I've been doing it for decades.
Preventative.
Since I was 16. Thank God I've never been in a major car accident. I mean, I have no problem during a global pandemic to put on a mask. I feel it's like a seatbelt. It's not infringing on anyone.
I agree. I agree 100%. And maybe that's because I was raised in Hong Kong, where it's natural for us to even to mask up when we have like a cold or a flu.
Yeah.
But maybe that was our experience after having gone through SARS, in 2003.
Yeah,
and there are clinicians who also wear masks on a regular basis, construction workers who wear masks on a regular basis. There are a lot of professions that do wear masks here. So it's not a foreign idea necessarily. It's pretty common here in the United States.
Yeah, and yet people are all angry as it's just a bizarre. I don't get it. I really don't get where we're going. And the whole idea of China trying to crack down, they cannot put this. Do they not understand? Have they not watched? Do they not get that rock and roll itself, the idea of youth rebellion? If you're going to limit kids,
they don't want people to rebel. They want to keep their people. They want to have control over their people, and yet at the same time keep them just happy enough not to rebel.
Yeah, but the problem is they can't do that. I mean, already the entire planet, they're like, we're going to limit kids' time on the internet. The whole world is talking about it. Half the kids in China are probably figuring out ways like, I'm going to make a duplicate account of my. They were talking about how parents won't let their kids. Here's how they're going to crack down. And it's like, come on, man. Really? If kids want to play Fortnite, you're not going to stop them from playing Fortnite.
Or Minecraft.
They will figure this shit out. They will circumvent what you're doing.
Some of these games they're playing are fully co-op online, and they need an online connection to play with others. So I don't know. I mean, I remember you could buy video games and you could play with two people in the same location. So now, without a connection, without being able to use your internet connection, or if they disable something in the system, I wonder, could you even play with somebody in the same room? Maybe not. Maybe you'd have to play solo on a game.
Elon Musk, his Starlink system is orbiting the planet. He's going to be like, hey, kids, if you live in China and you're tired of your draconian government's limiting of your playing of our games, use a VPN and just link up to Starlink. It's orbiting the Earth. There's no one to stop you from linking up your computer to our system.
VPNs are actually banned in China.
Of course they are. For a while. I mean, if you have an internet connection that's orbiting the Earth, how are you going to limit that?
China could, create their own satellite systems, I suppose.
Well, yeah, until what are they going to start shooting down? Which they probably will. We'll wind up. I mean,
yeah, they probably will, because that document that I alluded to earlier, in that document, Winnie the Pooh did basically, perhaps not in so many words, but declare war on the West and their decadent Western ways.
Yeah, he probably has like parties where he's got like beautiful women servicing him. It's like, look, everyone's the fucking same. Those Western decadent ways.
If Kim Jong-un has his pleasure squad, then perhaps Winnie the Pooh has as well. I don't know.
Of course they do. Everybody's the same. It's been the same for thousands of years. Human beings all want the same things always. And the ultimate douchebaggery of mankind is never going to go away. Pardon me now, humankind. But let me ask you this, Zephyr. Like, what should we, people watching Midnight Metal, what should we be looking out for? What can we do? What can we, as citizens of the world, what are some things that we should be aware of in terms of watching out for this? Knowing what's going to... How do we stay abreast of this situation and aware of it?
Well, my go-to sources for news on what the CCP is doing are two main YouTube channels in English. One called China Uncensored. One called ADV Podcasts, which is China Uncensored, which is hosted by Chris Chappell, Shelley Zhang, and Matt Nasta, and ADV Podcast, hosted by Winston Sturzill and Matt Tai. And they also have their own separate YouTube channels called Serpent ZA and Lao Y86.
I like Serpents. I watch that channel a lot.
As well as there's also a bilingual one hosted by a person from Los Angeles who speaks Mandarin, Chinese, and English fluently, called Lala Fa Lei.
Let me ask you this: in Shang-Chi, what are they speaking at the beginning? Is it Mandarin or Cantonese?
Mandarin.
Oh, it is Mandarin. Okay, good. And you like Shang-Chi? I know it's a change of pace, but
I enjoyed it immensely. And backtrack to my previous answer, because I haven't answered it completely. And in Cantonese, one called Sing Zai, which is hosted by a main person called Simon Lau, Lau Sai Leung, as well as he is in exile in Vancouver. And another Hong Konger who is in exile in Taiwan called Song Po. So that's basically my sources. Basically my main sources for news about the CCP.
okay. Let me ask you this: since because we've now taken a change of pace, let's talk about for a minute Shang-Chi.
Okay.
Have you seen it?
I have seen it, yes.
Okay, so we can talk about it. So I want to ask, first of all, I loved it, and as a wuxia fan, I didn't expect it to be a straight up fantasy epic, and I really liked it. Like the Shang-Chi comics in the 70s that I grew up reading, Master of Kung Fu. There was a kung fu craze in the 70s in America, actually in the world.
Because of Bruce Lee?
Well, Bruce Lee brought that on, sure, absolutely. But there was a whole, it was kung fu martial arts. It was a big deal in the 70s. The James Bond movie, The Man with the Golden Gun, even had a great component of martial arts, but it was a big deal. So the comic Shang-Chi, Master of Kung Fu, was born out of, it literally was a combination of James Bond and Bruce Lee, Enter the Dragon, Game of Death, things like that.
All right.
And Shang-Chi's been a member of the Avengers in the comics, and
so that's why the end credit sequence.
Wait, no, no spoilers.
Oh, sorry, apologies.
He's part of
Just for those who haven't seen, shh. But yes, so in the comics, Shang-Chi was an Avenger at points in time. So I would ask you, as somebody from China, did you feel that Shang-Chi as a movie was cultural appropriation, or did you think it honored the traditions? Because I thought it was a wonderful example, because a lot of people are like, well, it's another example of Americans culturally appropriating Chinese cinema tropes. But how did you feel about it? Was it, first of all, I'd ask you this: did it honor the Chinese fantasy film traditions?
Yes.
And was it respectful? And did you think it was a great movie? And did it work as a Marvel movie?
Yes to all. Yes to all your questions.
Could you elaborate, please?
I think it's a very Chinese movie.
Wow. Okay.
Yes.
Why?
There are American elements to it, such as the scenes set in San Francisco, where I am right now.
How did look? I loved. First of all, I thought it was one of the things. I loved all the scenes in San Francisco. Did you like that?
Yes.
It was so good.
So yes, as I was saying, yes, there are American elements to it, such as the scenes in San Francisco, but culturally, it's more Chinese than American.
What did you think?
I loved it. I loved the imagery. I loved everything about it. There was so much in it. I love Awkwafina. She's one of my favorite entertainers.
I thought she was so good. That was one of the things that surprised me about the movie. I've tried to explain this to people, is I've equated it a lot to Back to the Future. And people are like, Rob, what do you mean by that? I'm like, well, Back to the Future is a wildly entertaining movie. Like, every scene, no matter what's happening, it's just entertaining. It's fun. Shang-Chi was that way. I had the way it opened, when you get the whole history, like the 1,000-year history of the rings and Wenwu and all that, and Tony Leung, and I'm like,
Tony Leung. And then go on.
It becomes this. It ends with this incredibly romantic battle.
Yeah,
it's like I loved it. I mean, it was.
The movie is a love story.
I know.
And actors were hot, so I thought those guys were gorgeous. So I don't know how other people feel about that. I think they're amazing. They're bodies, and they have incredible abilities that we get to see. We weren't just seeing straight up fighting. We were seeing fighting with the bracelets. We saw hanging off sides of buildings. We saw incredible scenes that were just unbelievable. And also the imagery of mythical creatures as well. It just was amazing. I love Michelle Yeoh. There's just so much jam-packed in this film that there's something in it for everyone as far as I'm concerned, and it was just wonderful. That's what I'm going to the movies for. That's what I want to see. I saw it in IMAX. It was fantastic, and I'm going to go back and see it again if it's available in 3D or whatever the other formats are.
What were you going to say, Zephyr?
Said that the actors and actresses in it are all very attractive, and I was about to say that Liu Simu, he's not considered attractive according to the Chinese, the people within the People's Republic of China who were questioned, who were asked about it.
I thought he was hot. I'm sorry. I think he's hot. He's got a beautiful body. He's just really talented. He's hot.
Why? I mean, I've been so curious about him because, I like him. I loved him on Kim's Convenience. What I don't. Why? On one hand, here's what I don't get. On one hand, the CCP wants to crack down on men that are not masculine enough, and on the other hand, Simu Liu looks to me like a masculine dude. He was.
I think I understand why he's not considered quote unquote attractive according to the Chinese audience members. Well,
why?
Chinese in the People's Republic of China.
Why is he not?
I think it's because he looks way too boy next door.
But I think I would say
which isn't the look that most Chinese leading men, which isn't the look that Chinese leading men have.
I agree with you.
They are not quote unquote boy next door, and Liu Simu is definitely, compared to the leading male superstars, coming from the People's Republic of China, he definitely has more of a boy next door look.
I completely agree with you, but as the Viceroy of Verisimilitude, one of the things that I loved about him, I love him in Kim's Convenience, but to me, I believed him. So when you first meet him in the movie, the fact that one of the things I really loved about the film there was so much in Shang-Chi that it was unexpected for me. And one of the heart of that film is the relationship that he has with Awkwafina. Yes. These are two people that grew up together, And
where someone says, wants to know if something more is going to happen. They made a joke about it, but I think it was very well done, throughout the film.
Yeah,
the implication of it.
No, it was so good, and there was so much humor. I mean, the fact that they do things like smash cut to, I know what we're gonna do, smash cut to their party animals. I mean, it was their relationship is the heart of the film, and
which is friendship, which is a relationship built on at least 10 years of friendship.
Yeah, 10 years of and the way it was presented, the way the whole movie unfolded, again, was wildly entertaining. And it was very different from any other Marvel movie because, what was interesting was this film. There's a lot. I can't get into it, but this is a very different movie than any of the other Marvel films because it the way it unfolds is very. People are like, look, it's Marvel's now. It's a genre unto itself. This film is very different from any Marvel movie, and it does not unfold at all. Like people are like, well, it's the origin film of a new character, Rob. I'm like, yes, but this was very different from any of those other movies without getting into spoiler territory.
May I? Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead, please. You have the floor.
No, go ahead. You were saying something, and I very rudely interrupted.
No. I wasn't. I was done. I was just saying it was different, and I was very pleasantly surprised by this film, and I think that, like I've always said, they're talking about, like John Campea said, this movie's gonna make $40 million. I said no. I said, John, it's gonna make $50 million and over. I think I've been saying word of mouth. Now they're talking it's going to make $60 million domestic. I think this film might make $80 million because, despite what some online pundits have been saying in the space, this fucking movie delivers the goods, man. This film is a wildly entertaining time at the movies. It is different than most Marvel fare, and it is just goddamn fun. I mean.
Yes, it is.
You're in a bamboo forest that comes to life, like a goddamn forest. Is that
spoilers?
Well, maybe not. I'm like, a forest comes to life in this movie.
Really
that wasn't in the trailers.
There was a lot of traditional imagery. So
I wish I could say more.
What it is, traditional imagery that you would expect.
I wish we could go into spoiler territory.
Well, you could. I mean, we could.
Including things like plants or supernatural beings and things that are just extraordinary. And it reflects. It's a good balance against The Rings, which is not a secret in the story. The movie is called is the 10 Rings. So,
and by the way. How awesome, without giving anything away, who would have thought? I thought the Infinity Stones would have been, how do you best the Infinity Stones? But by the end of this movie, the 10 Rings suddenly have, let's call it, a very interesting future in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Where did they come from? That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah, we can't say anything else about it.
May I share something?
Always.
This may go very, very, very slightly into spoiler territory.
That's okay. Hey, look. Everyone's spoiler alert.
These announced? Okay, all right.
Just say if you guys, we're speaking obliquely. But by the way, here's the thing. Here's what I've always thought about movies. As much as I've never cared about spoilers. Nothing ever. You might think you might know all the plot points of a film, but the way it's directed, the music, the way it's all put together, you might know various things that happen in the film. It never, ever is a substitute for actually seeing this movie. And I would implore all of you imagination connoisseurs watching this show, go see this movie in IMAX. It was shot in IMAX. See it in the biggest theater you can. I promise you. Put away all your online cynicism and railing against all. Don't listen to anyone, even me. Don't. If you love movies, go see this film. Don't sit on YouTube and like, go see the movie. I guarantee you, 10 minutes into this film, you will be enchanted. The problem is, we have been conditioned to be like this the whole time. Like, show me what you have. Like, impress me. Fuck all that shit, man. This movie is exactly why you want to go see movies. I guarantee you, if you walk in with a smile on your goddamn face and a smile in your heart, come on. You walk into a movie theater, you want to see something enchanting that will fucking make you smile, you are going to watch this movie and you are going to fucking love it. And by the way, if you don't, that's fine. But
I almost wish I was a kid again to have seen this film as a kid.
Oh, dude.
It had so many things that I would have liked to have seen as a child in a film like this. That it was just so wonderful and so entertaining and had so much splendor to it. Of course, I love the fighting scenes. I mean, that's definitely something that I crave when I see a film like this.
The long takes. I mean, we have to give it up. Jackie Chan's his only Western stunt coordinator, who passed away last week, was the stunt coordinator on this. Here's why people. Like, I really don't. I mean, I have a lot of online pundit friends that disagree with me, and that I still love them. I do. I stream with them. I love them. I appreciate their opinions. But sometimes I'm like, Marvel hired Jackie Chan's stunt coordinator to design the fight scenes in this film. The craft and the care that they put into this film, man. I mean, I'm telling you.
Can I share my things now?
Yeah, please. Sorry. Go ahead.
No. Sorry. Go on.
No, you go on, please. You're my guest, please. I cede the floor to you, Zephyr. You know more about this stuff than I know, so please.
Okay, so. Pardon?
What stuff are we seeing?
Photos that my mother took in Hong Kong.
Oh wow!
Wait.
Wow, beautiful.
Now, what is this? What is that? Your house?
Yeah.
Wow.
My parents' place in Hong Kong, but I wanted you to actually see the two statues of the lions.
Yeah.
That's beautiful.
What do they represent?
Basically, they are guardian animals. They guard entrances to residences or businesses. One is male and one is female. The male is the one with the ball, and the female is the one with the child, with the baby lion.
I've been thinking that my whole life.
Okay, I'm showing you this because I believe animals like this are shown in the film.
They are, actually, yeah. But now you liked it, but
okay, so that's one. And another element that I found very culturally Chinese is the fact that there is an ancestral altar.
Oh yes,
right.
Yeah,
right.
Very much so.
And that is the mild spoiler that I alluded to earlier. And I say that is very culturally Chinese because this is my family's ancestral altar.
Wow. Okay. Now I would say that's very Shang-Chi. Wow. That's really cool. Now, where is this altar? Is it in your house?
Yes, it's in my parents' my parents' place in Hong Kong.
So now let me ask you this. I mean, I think a lot of people in America don't quite. One of the things that I've always loved about Asian genre films, like in Japanese horror movies, when J-horror became a big thing, when they brought The Grudge and The Ring to America, what I always loved about Japanese horror is that in America we think if you repent, because we're a Christian nation basically, that if you repent or take Jesus into your heart, you're absolved of your sins. What I loved about J-horror is that wasn't true. If you did something wrong and you were cursed forever, your family's cursed and your entire lineage is cursed, it was always like, fuck you. You know, if something bad happened in your house and you perpetrated it, you were haunted for the rest of your life. There was no redemption. I always love that. We don't have, I mean, our Judeo-Christian culture in the West does not have like an altar in your house to honor your ancestors. If you could you talk a little bit about that? Like, what does that mean? Like, why do you have that in your house, and what does that mean to you?
Well, it means that whenever I wish to, let's say, commemorate my grandparents, because they've all since passed away. There is somewhere in my home where I could do so. I don't have to go to the cemetery, for instance, or the columbarium, because Hong Kong just doesn't have the space for burials.
Right.
So we cremate instead, and then we put the urns in places called columbariums. So that's where that's the practice in Hong Kong, because it's just a practical reason. No space for burials.
So, go ahead. Sorry.
So yeah, there's that, as well as for in festival days or holidays like Tanabata in Japan, or Yulanpan in Putonghua, Yulanpan in Cantonese. There are places where we could offer food offerings, drinks offerings to our ancestors, as well as we also like to burn offerings to our ancestors as well.
Well, now let me ask you, both of you, this. So, Shang-Chi is it's a straight up fantasy film. I mean, it goes like not kind of. I mean, there's dragons like Falcor from the Neverending Story. I mean, this goes full on, and this was, by the way, none of this was. Oh, go ahead.
Are we going into spoiler territory now, or no? Because I'm confused.
Okay,
let's just say that it has unique elements to it that are unusual for a lot of films of this like this. So
yeah, I mean, I was I don't want to spoil it, but the trailers did not allude to, like, here's the thing. When I sat down and watched this movie for the first time, the opening 10 minutes was nothing like I expected from this film. And I'm watching this, and I was with John Campy. It took me, and I was like, just because I grew up watching these kinds of zoo warriors of the mountain that was basis of Big Trouble in Little China. I mean, I'm watching this stuff, and I couldn't. I honestly was blown away by what I was watching. I'm like, they did not tell us what this was. Like, the trailers, the marketing of this movie, and I think people are going now. I think it's very interesting to watch the reactions. Like I say, there's a lot of online punditry that wants to shoehorn this into their like, well, it's not, because if you understand the traditions of what they were going for, like, here's what's so funny. Here's what I think is great. And again, people accuse me of being a Marvel shill. I'm like, no, you guys don't quite know what they're doing here. And what Marvel has done, like they do. Captain America: The Winter Soldier was a 70s conspiracy thriller. They hired Robert Redford, who was in 3 Days of the Condor and All the President's Men. The fact that they did that, I mean, it's Kevin Feige's like, okay, I'm a huge film fan. What they did with Shang-Chi is make a straight up Asian fantasy film that has 50 years of fantasy tradition in it. And if you're a fan of that and grew up with that, I mean, most people are like, I saw Crouching Tiger. You know, to me, I fell in love with Tony Leung. My man crush began in John Woo's film, I think, 1992, Hard Boiled. You know, that's
quite pronounce his last name right, but go on.
I'm not Chinese. What do you want? Leung, Lu, Leung. What do you want me to say? How do you pronounce it right?
Learn to why.
Okay, I can't say that. In America, in the West, it's just Tony Leung.
Leung.
Tony Leung.
Yes.
See, I can't. Okay, Tony Leung. All right. But I've been watching that guy for 30 years. And you know, yes, okay, mispronouncing.
With some horrible, with really bad voiceovers and like the worst.
Yeah,
when they first bringing these films to us,
terrible.
The voiceovers were just like, it didn't even mean anything at all. It was just like they were just chatting, and then when you see what the films are actually about, what the even part of the mysticism of some of these films, it's, you know, we missed a lot because we didn't get the proper translations.
Yeah. I mean, Quentin Tarantino did a lot with like Kill Bill. I mean, the fact that people didn't know who Sonny Chiba was, and Quentin Tarantino all the way back in True Romance, you know, in the early 90s, Street Fighter, the return of the Street Fighter, and Sister Street Fighter, you know, Sonny Chiba. I mean, there's literally lines of dialogue about him. And then he put Sonny Chiba in Kill Bill Volume 1, made him Hattori Hanzo. And people didn't know. And I think what Marvel did with Shang-Chi was represent an entire genre of cinema from China that I've been watching for 45 years since I was a kid.
At least 40 years, yeah. It's been at least since the late 70s, early 80s that we got the infusion of it all. And, you know, and it affected culture because almost every action film has tried to capture that raw element, that inherent element of excitement that is generated by a film like this. You know, the fighting back, you know, not taking that as an answer, you know, from anyone, pushing through. A lot of these elements, you know, aside from the beauty of the martial arts, the beauty that they've captured when you have a professional production like this, that's what a lot of films are trying to capture. And it's not easy to capture that and get that in a film. And they did it. Like, they did it, but they did it on such a high level that it just is off the charts.
Zephyr, I would ask you, somebody's saying Punch 44 says, I'm vexing the lovely Zephyr Chan. And as we all know, Zephyr, you're not just the lovely Zephyr Chan, you are the funkalicious Zephyr Chan. And
may I say something? May I just tell you which part of the movie actually surprised me?
Yes.
We're here, please.
It actually goes a little bit into spoiler territory, actually, because I find it very hard not to, you know, go into spoiler territory.
All right, well, you know, it is late night.
If you're listening to this part and have not seen it and don't want to know that spoiler part that she's about to say, so you've been warned. Go ahead.
All you guys, here, I'll put my hands back up when she's not spoiling shit. So go ahead. Tell us, Zephyr.
Okay, it's the part of the movie that's set in Macau.
Well, what about it?
Well, it's the fact that they all spoke Mandarin.
Oh, what about that? Was that wrong?
Well, it's not wrong per se. I just find it very surprising because whenever I went to Macau with my parents, you know, everyone spoke fluent Cantonese. To me, Macau is more of a Cantonese-speaking place than it is a Putonghua speaking place. But maybe that's because, you know, maybe it's because the people associated in that scene are actually affiliated with Shang-Chi's family. So maybe that explains the Putonghua.
Actually, that's an interesting criticism. I mean, I would not have known that. So
Yeah, because it's so close geographically to both Hong Kong and China.
Interesting.
do you think that there's?
I mean, it's a 1 hour ferry ride. It's a 1 hour ferry ride away from Hong Kong.
One of the things I loved about the film was the ladies. I mean, I'm not gonna. I'll flat out state that I've always loved Asian women in my life. What can I say? It's something that I can't. You know, people make fun of it or call it. Like, I just think Asian women are beautiful. I've always thought that. The woman.
I also found it surprising that, you know, they chose Macau as a setting of all places. So because not a lot of Americans, I think, have even heard of Macau.
Well, it is a rival to Las Vegas. I mean, not
just a rival. The gambling revenue, Macau's gambling revenue, has actually surpassed that of Las Vegas.
Well, what's interesting is when I was working on the Star Trek: The Next Generation Blu-rays. I was working for.
And there's also a very famous Macanese American woman here in the States.
Yeah, who is that?
Ming-Na Wen.
Yeah, she's Fennec Shan. She's Mulan original.
She's from Macau. She's Macanese.
Well, I would say that I worked at a facility that built a gigantic casino in Macau. So yeah,
wow.
So I watched all that and come together. It was very interesting. Macau, Dubai, they all want to supplant Las Vegas, which is
Macau's gambling revenue has surpassed that of Las Vegas.
Well, because you have more of the world there. I mean,
because us Chinese just love to gamble.
Well, I know, and I learned that when I was living in New Zealand. I didn't get.
I mean, even the game of mahjong is technically gambling.
Mm-hmm. What is it in the Chinese spirit that makes you love gambling?
I have no idea. All I know is us Chinese love to gamble because even something like mahjong is technically gambling.
But there must be something though. Is it winning? Is it winning money? Is they what was it?
Well, maybe it's winning money because we Chinese people do love money.
Well, yeah, there's is it Ronnie Chang, the comedian, who is actually in Shang-Chi?
Yes, and he's in the scene that's set in Macau.
Yeah, I was gonna say, but he also does a great stand-up. His stand-up special on Netflix is amazing. I love it so much. But he talks about Chinese people and the New Year and money, and he says that.
Yeah, we hand out lucky red envelopes.
Yeah. He does a whole bit about that. And by the way, he was great. I loved his character. Again, I didn't know he was in the movie.
Do you want to know more about that particular tradition or no?
Of course. We want to know everything.
Well, there is a rule about who receives and who gives.
Who receives and who gives?
Yes.
I've been saying that to girls my whole life.
Who receives those lucky red envelopes and who gives the lucky red envelopes? That's what I meant.
No, I know. Yes. I was thinking about something else, but
I'm sure you were.
Who receives and who gives? I like that power switch. Anyway.
But perhaps you already know. You already know the rule about who receives the lucky red envelopes and who gives the.
I
lucky
don't
red
though.
envelopes.
No,
Perhaps
tell
you already
everyone.
know.
Please tell us, because a lot of the people watching might not know.
All right. Well, the rule is the demarcation point is married life. So married couples, they're the ones who give, and if you're single, if you're unmarried, then no matter how old you are, you still receive and don't give.
Wow. Why is that?
I think it's because they think of giving as a very act of an act of generosity, and maybe just an act of it always seems like something a parent something a parent would do.
That makes
Because
sense.
that's what it seems like to me anyway. Because me being single, being unmarried yet, I'm always just the ones receiving it. It's my parents who give the lucky red envelopes.
Are you pressured? Do I mean you're going to get a PhD in Buddhism? I mean that your parents have to be proud of that, right?
Yes, I suppose.
But do they want you to get married? Are you pressured to get married and have kids?
No.
Well, that's
No,
good.
and I think that is very, very, very atypical of them, especially considering they're of the boomer generation. One's born in 1950 and the other one's born in 1954.
It's true. You're right. Let me ask something. I've never asked you this before. I don't know much about your personal life. We're all.
You're asking me personal questions, Robert?
Do you have kids? Do you have any kids?
I don't have any kids.
No kids.
No kids.
And does your mom pressure you? I don't know.
All the time, yes.
Well, okay. Now let me ask you both then.
It's not for lack of trying.
Oh, okay. Wow, I don't mean to I didn't mean to get weird or probing or anything like that, because it's not. But I don't have kids either. So and a lot of people said, "You're what? You don't have kids?" I know. I can't believe I don't have kids.
Have kids. I'm surprised you don't have kids, Robert.
I could give you a whole list of reasons I never thought I wouldn't have kids. I am a kid. I would have thought I would.
Say the same.
I would have thought I would. There's a lot of reasons why that didn't happen, but I can't. I mean, people say, "Oh, it's never too late," and I'm like, well, perhaps it might be. You never know.
For the woman, yes, because we do have something called menopause.
That's true, but they're surrogates now, so it's very different. It's a different kind of world.
Then it's another woman carrying the child.
But see, as an adoptee myself,
carrying the child.
Yeah,
exactly.
I'm an adoptee, so I'm not. I have no. There's a lot of people that have weird things about genetics and all that. I'm not one of those people. As an adoptee, I'm just happy to exist at all.
I think adoption is great. So,
what's that?
I think adoption is great.
Oh yeah, so do I.
Especially,
thank God.
Especially since there are unwanted children in this world, and there are people who are infertile.
Yeah. Well, it's of course. I can't. I'll tell you something. One of the things that I know, like a lot of people ask me, like, why am I? My default position, like when I see something like Shang-Chi, for example, when I walk into it, my default position is I wanted to love it. I did. But it's very different than the comics that I watched as a kid or read as a kid. But what I loved about it was it might not have been like the comics of the 70s, especially the Doug Mensch, Paul Gulacy run, but it was such a loving recreation of a genre of film. It really honored, and that was Dustin Creighton, however you pronounce his last name, the director. You know, he's a Hawaiian, Asian. He really honored the material that I grew up watching, and obviously Shang-Chi does a lot. And a lot of people that don't know, like I'm reading a lot of online punditry that are anti this movie. I feel that there's a lot of
which is what I don't understand, because I did listen to some of Midnight Edge's their opinions, their thoughts.
What did you think of their thoughts?
I don't understand. I don't understand how Mr. Einherjar, or forgive me,
who I'm a big fan of, who's been on the show. We've streamed with him. I love Andre, but go ahead.
I don't understand how Mr. Einherjar, or if I completely butchered it, I'm sorry, how he could arrive at his conclusion.
I haven't heard what he said of Shang-Chi. What was his conclusion?
Basically, that it's a mishmash of several different movies. Like, it's multiple movies stitched together. I'm paraphrasing, of course.
Well, I mean, look, I can see why people might think that.
And he found the bit on the plane. I believe this part is on a trailer. It's in a trailer, so it's not a spoiler.
Right. It's not.
The part in the plane where Shang-Chi, taught Aquafina's character how to pronounce his name. That bit. I think Andre found that bit condescending or patronizing.
What did you think of that scene?
Well, I didn't really think much of it, because I already knew how to pronounce his name. So,
See, I thought it was actually, to me, I loved that scene because, what I loved about the film. I'll tell you a funny story. When I was in the early 90s, 93, I lived with a girl. We were not boyfriend, girlfriend. She just wanted a roommate. Her name was Ines Wei, Chinese girl, beautiful, impeccable taste, unbelievable. She had a great condo. She wanted a roommate. I moved in with her. And she had a cousin from San Francisco that came down and would hang out with us. And one day, and he...
And this was in L.A.?
Yeah. He was from San Francisco, but he came to... So one day he was there visiting Ines, and he was a really cool kid, and he would he customized cars, and he was Chinese. And I was like, dude, you want to go do something? And he's like, I'm hungry. I'm like, well, let's go get some In-N-Out Burger. And he's like, I'd never had In-N-Out Burger. I'm like, well, let's go. So we go in his car, and like his car was completely tricked out. It was awesome. And in his rear view mirror, you could flip it down. And in the flip down part, there was controls for a CD player. And his whole car, it was amazing. And I'm like, dude, this fucking car rules, man. And I was like, this is awesome. And we went and had In-N-Out Burgers, and we're sitting there outside. We're on Lancashire having In-N-Out Burgers, and we're eating them. And he looks at me, and I'm just like, I'm waxing rhapsodic about how awesome his car is. I'm like, dude, this shit is dope as fuck. And he goes, he says, I don't have any Caucasian friends. And I was taken back. I'm like, I'm like, it was very weird. I was like meaning like a white dude. I'm like, bro, you live in San Francisco. What? He goes, no, all my friends are Asian. I don't have any like white friends. It never occurred to me, ever, that I'm hanging out with like an Asian dude. It was just Inessa's cousin who'd come down, and I admired him. I loved his car. I thought it was really awesome. And I'm like, we'll go get some burgers and talk. And it was such a funny thing because it made me realize, like, that racial
Chinese people can be just as insular as any other type of people.
Yes. And then we had a long conversation about it, and he was taken aback that I liked what he'd done.
Your story reminded me of an anecdote my father told me, actually.
Well, would you tell us that?
Okay.
You can't say it reminded me of an anecdote that my father told me and then not tell it. You got to tell it.
All right.
I demand you tell it. Right? Doesn't she have to tell it now? You can't bring it up and not tell it.
Okay. Well, this particular anecdote isn't set in Los Angeles. It's set in Toronto. But the long and short of it is that my father, who born and raised in Hong Kong, went to study his master's degree in London in 1975, I believe, and then he did not really visit Canada much. And this was
That was the year Rollerball came out, by the way. Just saying.
What? 1975?
Yeah, the movie Rollerball, the original Norman Jewison, James Caan Rollerball.
Okay, yeah, but that 1975 was when he took his master's degree in LSE in London. But that's neither here nor there. The particular anecdote is this. So my mother's older brother, one of them, is living in Toronto, and I think he was visiting. Him at the time, and he decided to drive around, and my parents' friends, who were all Chinese, this whole group of them, they're all Chinese,
Of course.
And my parents' friends just found it very surprising that my father knows how to drive from Scarborough to downtown Toronto and back. And then they were very surprised because apparently they don't travel outside of Scarborough much. So there are Chinese people who don't venture outside of their homes. That's basically that. And that's how your anecdote reminded me of my father's anecdote, because apparently Chinese people can be very, very insular, like as in they don't even travel outside much.
Why do you think that is?
I think it may be because maybe first generation immigrants, they find it very difficult to learn a foreign language, perhaps.
I'd see that.
Because those Chinese of my parents, or maybe even of my grandparents' generation, they may not even have that much schooling to begin with.
Right. That makes sense. By the way,
the language barrier. So.
We have a question. People have been sending in super chats and tips. Saber Wolf says, Rob and guests, I've got a question. Which actor do you like more? Jet Li or Jackie Chan? For me, it's Jet Li. Hero. Oh my God, I love this movie. Hero was an amazing movie, but him playing the villain in Lethal Weapon 4 was my favorite film of his. I mean, come on. He took on both Mel Gibson and Danny Glover. So what do you think, kids? Ladies? I mean, I would defer to you. Jet Li or Jackie Chan? What's up? Come on.
As a Hong Konger, I would have to say Jet Li.
Okay, hang on. Hold that thought. Jackie Chan or Jet Li?
I'm going to have to go with Jackie Chan.
Wow, okay. Zephyr, why Jet Li?
Jet Li, because as I said, like I said before, as a Hong Konger who believe in pro-democracy for for Hong Kong,
Okay.
and
Come on.
as someone who hates the CCP, I would have to say Jet Li.
Okay, I understand that Jackie Chan came out recently supporting the Chinese.
He betrayed the Hong Kong people.
Okay, I understand that. But can't you go back and look at Meals on Wheels or Police Story, or like if you look at his long legacy of films, like put aside the political, just from his movies.
I suppose it's removing the art from the artist.
Come on, Super Cop. Come on, bruh. Look, I do love Jet Li. But Jackie Chan. I've been watching Jackie Chan for decades, man.
I know. He has more influence. And
Jet Li's the one. I get it.
Jackie Chan has more of an influence on martial artists, even in this day and age, because Daniel Wu was mentored by Jackie Chan. Because of Jackie Chan's various scandals and his betrayal of the Hong Kong people, I would have to say Jet Li.
But wait a minute. Hang on a second. Jackie Chan's opinions are his own. Don't we have to give him the right to say what he wants or believe what he wants? We might not like it or agree with it, but we have to give him, unless he was brainwashed, which he very possibly could be, don't we have to give him the right to express his opinion?
Yes, but then, besides betraying the Hong Kong people, he has also cheated on his wife, and, he has an illegitimate daughter that he doesn't treat very well, that he's estranged from.
That's not good. Well, those are all very salient points. I can't argue with that.
And he also said in a previous interview, I forgot when, that Chinese people, we're not ready for democracy. We should be controlled.
Yeesh. Well, I still like my movies on Blu-ray from him. I mean, I know. I look. It's a Saberwolf. It's an interesting question. I understand. I mean,
But maybe this opinion of mine is, unduly influenced by my mother, who, because of, the aforementioned reasons, dislike Jackie Chan. Plus, she also thinks that Jackie Chan is a one-trick pony in terms of his acting.
Well, that could be. That's legit. By the way, our friend Stubble McShave, all the way from Sweden, says, "I find it funny, Rob, when you say I've always loved Asian women, or I've always loved redheaded women, or I've always loved black women, or I've always loved, quote, any descriptive women. I think you just love all types of women, period."
Well said, Stubble.
I you know what? I would say, like, I consider myself a sensualist. I do. And,
Yeah, you love indulging your five senses.
Yeah. Oh, very well put. Very well put, Zephyr. And I would say that, yeah, I mean...
Which means you love good food just as much as, the other things.
Oh, no, I love the other things a little more. Like, given a choice...
Given a choice between food and stuff that people usually do behind closed doors, you would choose the stuff that people do behind closed doors?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Me too.
Yes, I would. Yes, I would.
Okay.
Yes, I would. Because, to be honest, I love movies. I love action figures. I love reading books.
But not food? But not eating food?
Food's great, too. But. Let me just say, if given a choice, The greatest thing on this planet, the greatest thing
Is it
being,
food?
no, it's not. It is putting things in my mouth, but not food.
But it's not food.
No, I mean to be with a woman, to have to caress her body.
It's better than any steak.
Yes.
Yes, it is.
Mhm.
To
It's
touch,
even better than
to
caviar.
taste, to smell, to experience. I mean, my God, to run your tongue and lips over a woman's body, to feel.
It's much better than any steak or caviar. Really?
Oh,
Yes.
Oh
it's-
yeah.
Mhm.
Yep. Steak and
truly
caviar
is.
is great, but yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, in a world.
Okay, now I know.
Mm.
Now I know there are things that are better than steak and caviar.
Yes.
Oh, there are.
Yes.
There
Mhm.
are, and there's a little bit more finesse and skill involved than anyone can eat caviar and steak. When you're with a woman, you have to bring your finesse game. You need to bring some skills. You need to understand. Watching Pornhub is not going to help you. You need to get it, man. You need to understand. It's, you know what? There's a zen. There's a philosophy. There's a whole approach. I'm just saying. You know what? I believe in my ladies first, get my cheeks wet philosophy. It's worked for me for a long time.
I think it's a great philosophy, Robert. I commend
it works. And by the way, you can't just have the philosophy. You need to have the skills because, I think one of the most disappointing experiences that any human being can have ever is if you want to kiss someone and then you finally do and they're a fucking shitty kisser. There is nothing more demoralizing. There is nothing more like in an instant destroying a fantasy that you've had for a long time. If someone can't kiss, man, does that just like, wow. And by the way, that is something that I wish, and by the way, I'm not saying that I'm like some great kisser because everybody wants something different. You can't say, like, people like different things. They like it. You need to read the room. I'm just saying, like, you got to understand.
How did we even get onto this topic?
I have no idea.
I
That's
think-
what Midnight Metal's about.
I think it's just one of those things that happens. But in the event that it's a bad kiss, you shouldn't prolong it. You should let the person know you want to change things around and just try and flip it onto the positive. Change the bad into a good.
Anyone who's a bad kisser has nothing more to offer. I'm sorry. I understand the positive. I'm trying to be positive, man. And by the way, I'm not just speaking about.
At least we know where your priorities lie.
Hang on there. You wait. Hold on there, little sister. My priorities. You know what my ultimate priority in life is? I believe that telling great stories accentuates and enriches everyone's lives. I end my YouTube show every day by saying every person you meet has a story to tell that you have yet to hear. Mm-hmm. I really believe that. I think that we are the greatest resource on the planet Earth is human beings. There's only, actually all life, if you think about it, but we're the only life that can convey our experiences to others. And our job as human beings, if it's called a job, is if we can convey our experience to someone else, whether it's through a story, art, architecture, anything, whatever, the fact that we as human beings recognize our finite lives, lives of quiet desperation, and we can share that the fact that we're alive at all, first of all, is amazing. It's amazing. If you really think about what consciousness and life is, it's incredible. And we exist in a space where we're afforded the opportunity to explain or talk about or show what life is and what it means and how do we relate to one another, because there is all human beings are locked into a specific lifespan, and we know what it's like. Like there are things that are universal. You stand and watch a sunset in the morning, or a sunrise. You watch a sunrise or a sunset at night. I don't know why it is stirring, but I think all of us, if you're on the edge of a cliff and you're on the edge of the ocean, you can hear the crashing of the waves on the shore, and you can see the horizon where the sun is either slipping down below it or rising above it. We all have that same thing. And then if you tell a story where a sunrise and a sunset is integral to that story, we all get it. We all understand. The dawning of a new day or the setting of a bad day. We all get those things. And if you can tell good stories and you can make movies or whatever, I mean, this is what life is about. And I really believe that.
And I think there's no greater example of it than your film, Tango Shalom, which I think it
far be it for me to say anything, but thank you for saying that. Why do you think that, though?
Because the film inherently is made to promote cooperation and peace and overcoming obstacles and
very much so,
and definitely asking help from others in the most unexpected places.
Right.
Very much so.
I'm glad you both feel that way. By the way, Michael Elliott sends in a super chat and says, "Oh, Rob, all this talk is making me blush and sweat." Well, I would say, Michael, as it should. Ladies, what do you think?
Because you're the one who spoke at length about stuff people do in private. I'm trying to keep it safe for work.
But it should. I mean, intimacy is important, and what I find very interesting is, I think the most frustrating thing about being a human being alive on this planet, like when you sit down, like we are beings of spirituality and intellect, which is basically our brains, and we're
and our hearts.
Well, and our hearts, but but our intellect, our consciousness is reliant upon the bodies, the physicality, these fleshy.
I understand.
And
as definitely as a Chinese person, I understand because the seat of the mind isn't in the head in Chinese philosophy, but the heart.
But that's an intellectual conceit, though. Yeah, I understand what they're saying, but it still is. I mean, the heart is an organ that's pumping blood, but what they mean is the heart as the heart. What you're saying is an intellectual concept. It's not.
Well, the heart is the seat of the mind in Chinese philosophy.
I understand, but even that's still.
Because when we say we want to do, let's say, mental maths, for example, like mental arithmetic, we say the word for mental is actually the word for heart, or one of the words for mental is the word for heart.
Well, sure, and our lives are, but the heart is not intellect. The heart is just a machine that is keeping our consciousness alive, and I think that. Look, I always say this on my show. In the entire cosmic infinitude of the universe, there's only one of each of us. Only one.
Mm-hmm.
And we exist on a speck of sand in the infinitude of our universe. Our lives are amazing. The fact that we're alive is amazing. And that we can make things and toil and live. I mean, I find it frustrating that the default position of humanity has always been chaos. Has always been our default position is not to be some, beautiful utopian agrarian civilization where, oh, everyone's feeling it's wonderful to be here today. No, our default position is to be fucking killing each other. And it's very frustrating. It's very frustrating to live in a world knowing that the person you killed knew something you didn't know. And you killed them. And we'll never know what that person knew that you didn't know.
Right, and it's gone forever. You can't ever retrieve it. It's just...
Nope.
We lost something there.
Yep. And I we need to... One of my favorite science fiction novel series... And it's not even finished, was written by David Gerald, who wrote The Trouble with Tribbles, the Star Trek episode The Trouble with Tribbles.
Oh. Mm-hmm.
He wrote, he's written a series of books. It's only 4 books long. He's been threatening to release the 5th book for 25 fucking years. David, I know you.
So he has been on a 25-year-long hiatus then?
Yeah, he's done other things, but I'm like, I think these books are so difficult to write, but so the series of books is called The War Against the Couture, and the premise is that Earth is being invaded by an alien ecosystem that started in the equator that no one knows what happened. Was it a meteor? So our own ecology is being evolved from underneath us.
Okay.
And it started at the submicroscopic level. A plague killed most of humanity, and then this ecosystem is actually transforming the Earth underneath our feet. And it is so humanity has to figure out, like, we really need to change our behavior because the way we are now is not conducive to combating this threat. And it's a very interesting. It's only 4 books. It's the only time.
What's the title? What's the title again?
Well, the first the series is called The War Against the Couture, but the first book is called A Matter for Men. And I these books are for whatever reason they just appealed to me. They're some of the most wildly entertaining sci-fi novels I've read because they're chock full of interesting ideas. And the whole premise is, it just gets worse and worse and worse, more dire. The threat gets more dire because our ecosystem, by the way, our ecosystem is changing right now. We saw it in Louisiana. We saw it in New York and New Jersey. We're watching it in California. Lake Tahoe.
All the fires.
Oh, yeah, about to be destroyed. And yet... And there are people that won't wear masks. And what's funny to me is I don't
get the people who don't wear masks because, like I said, I was raised in Hong Kong, where perhaps due to our experience with SARS, even if we have a slight cold or the flu, we mask up.
I know. Well, now hang on a second. Alexander Wilson, a long-time imagination connoisseur. Alexander Wilson sends in a tip and says, it's hard for me to separate the art from the artist. For example, when Kanye said slavery was a choice nonsense, I stopped listening and caring about him. Also, his new album is awful. Now, I have to say, I've never met Alexander Wilson. But he's somebody who I've always appreciated his opinion. He's been here for a long time, and he's the kind of guy I know from the things he's brought up, the questions he's answered, the ideas he's illuminated. I like Alexander Wilson. Never met him. If he walked up to me and was I don't know what he looks like. I wouldn't know. But on this channel, I like him.
All right.
I like Alexander Wilson because he's always been thoughtful and interesting. So when he says it's hard, I think his question is, can you separate the art you love from the artist or not? What do you think?
Well, it depends what it is, I suppose, because I find it difficult to separate. With the Jackie Chan example, there's that, but then there's also another perhaps more surprising example. Is do you know the anime series Rurouni Kenshin?
No.
Perhaps you know it by the American name Samurai X.
Yes. Oh, I did. Yes. Okay. Yeah.
Because Samurai X is the American name, Rurouni Kenshin is the actual Japanese name, original Japanese name. But yeah, the mangaka behind Samurai X / Rurouni Kenshin, Nobuhiro Watsuki, he has been charged with possession of child pornography. And yet, despite that, I still like Rurouni Kenshin.
All right. Well, let me ask you. Like, I'm a fan of Roman Polanski, one of my favorite directors. He did a really bad thing. Once he admitted to it, prosecuted for it. I still love his films, but I can't get past certain things. I mean, I know what he did.
Exactly. Perhaps not exactly the same, but similar to my example with
Samurai
that's
what I'm saying. And so I would ask, how do you feel about that? Can you separate the art from the artist?
No, but then, I don't think there's anybody who's perfect out there. So each person can go ahead and say that something is important to them versus whether it's important to another person. It's their personal decision to say that that's going to be something they're going to focus on. So it's hard to separate the two, but there is no perfect creator out there. So you can find something wrong with practically everyone. I don't know how you can necessarily always solve that or think that you can. There's nobody perfect.
True.
So
I mean,
very hard to.
There are groups. There are entire groups of people who decided not to consume any more Harry Potter products because of J.K. Rowling's statements regarding transgendered people, I believe.
And so it can just continue to go on and on and on forever. This could be a never-ending, argument.
Well, I mean,
if that's what people want to do, that's their decision. But that's what they're going to do with their lives. That's their decision.
Yeah, I do believe there are vast groups of people who decided not to consume Harry Potter products because of J.K. Rowling's statements about transgendered people.
But if you're looking for perfection, it doesn't exist.
No, I agree. But here's the thing: was J.K. Rowling really? I mean, I can't even weigh in on this because I'll get canceled. But was J.K. Rowling really talking about transgendered people?
Yes.
I mean, but was she? Yes. Here's my take on this whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
I think women's rights are under attack.
Especially what's going on in Texas right now, right?
Texas, wherever. I mean, I'm sorry, but women's rights are, and for whatever reason, I don't get it. Women's rights are under attack on many different levels. And I find it incredibly disturbing that somehow women are call it what you want, but it is very disturbing to me that somehow the idea of women is not something to be defended. And it is incredibly disturbing to me. And what happened? What Texas? Look, I know in my own life, I was adopted. I was able to meet my biological mother. She told me the story of how she had to have a second trimester abortion in California, and my dickhead douchebag biological father, who was a spineless cretin, sent her at 5 months of pregnancy alone by herself to California to have an abortion, to have me scraped from her womb.
Oh, wow.
She was sitting inside the actual office of where she was going to have an abortion. At the last minute, she decided she couldn't do it. Couldn't do it. Left.
Okay, and hence you were born.
It was her choice.
Yep, and hence you were born.
She decided, yeah, I was born. And you know, she had a place to go, not in her state. Like many women now in Texas will have to go, and now the state of Texas wants Americans to inform on one another about personal decisions.
I disagree. I disagree with that entirely. But maybe it's because I'm not personally, thank goodness, but there are horrors of the Cultural Revolution, and whenever I think of snitching hotlines, I think of the Cultural Revolution, and
oh no,
viscerally, it just it doesn't sit well with me.
We're there. Americans voted for this.
There's going to be a bunch of false reporting too, I'm sure of it.
Oh, it's like, I mean, we can look. I've been a product of it. I've seen people manipulate the legal system to come after me personally, and like, you know what? False accusations. It's like, oh my God, this girl had an abortion. It'll be used. Mm-hmm. I mean, it is antithetical to Western civilization. By the way, Western civilization is fucking great. It's great. Was it based on all kinds of oppression and colonialism and all that shit? Yeah, it was. By the way, for all of you people that want to not believe in where we're at now, show me an alternative. Where is the Shangri-La you believe in? What society are you going to point to and say, here's what we want that's better than what you have now? Show it to me.
Please don't say communist China.
No, they won't. They won't. You know why? There isn't one. The fact is, here in America, despite all of our faults, despite all of everything, there's a reason why people around the world want to come here. Because the people that
if not here, then countries like Australia, Canada, the UK, etc.
All of Western civilization. I mean, it's incredibly frustrating to see. But I would say, so I personally know how close I came to never existing. But I also know that my biological mother had a choice. Mm-hmm. And she had a choice. And she was there in the doctor's office in California in 1960, late 66. 67, early 6, to have me destroyed. She chose not to do so. And I'm here to rally. She passed away. I'm older than she was when she passed away. I was happy to meet her. But I would say this. I will fight for anyone to have the choice to do what they want with their own bodies or what's going on within them. My rights did not supersede my mother's rights. It was her body. What was going on was happening within her, and anything she wanted to do must be what we...
Her choice.
Here's the thing. Mm-hmm. You know what? All of these people, I believe, do we want... Everyone's like, oh, I love those babies. Until we make sure that the people who are already alive are taken care of, don't talk to me about the unborn. Don't tell me what the unborn should be. You are lying and you are wrong. because the way you treat the people that are already here betray anything you talk about the unborn. Don't even start with me. I mean, we are a hypocritical society.
What I find really strange is that the majority, I wouldn't say, I don't dare say all because I don't like to generalize, but I think the majority of those who fight to preserve, to fight to outlaw abortion in Texas are Christians, and I don't see how they could reconcile that with the things that are written in the Holy Bible.
Because they've never fucking read the Bible. Do you know what most Christians do? They go to their churches and they listen to their preachers tell them what to think. I have a Holy Bible. I have an open study Bible. I love it. I love my Bible.
I have a Holy Bible. I have a Bible app in my phone. Plus, I think I also have a copy of the Bible in a bookshelf in my bedroom.
I love the Bible, and I read it a lot. And my Bible costs $100. It's leather bound. It's got my own name in it. It's pretty dope. And I have it filed on my bookshelf under G. And I do. And let me tell you,
because it was God who wrote it.
Yeah, it was
right?
God.
G for God.
Yeah, God who wrote it. And let me tell you, most of the people that I've met in my life that call themselves Christians have clearly never actually read the Bible. And it's frustrating.
So that's how they could say that they call themselves Christian, and yet, they enact horrid laws like the ones in Texas.
Yeah, I mean, by the way, that law is anti-Christian.
Exactly. That's why I'm so confused.
Here's what's amazing about the Bible. You know what I can tell you about the Bible? There is nothing about abortion in the Bible. Nothing. They don't talk about it. You know what else is not in the Bible? Science. Not in the Bible. The idea that the heavens, like there are other planets in our star system. We have probes right now on other planets in our solar system. The Bible doesn't speak about that at all. And okay. I'm like, you know what? I'm just saying. I'm like, the foundations of all of our civilization, we're supposed to evolve and think better. And we're not. We're not. And America we need to step up. We need our education and our healthcare system. Mm-hmm. We no longer have to teach for the tests. We have to do what we were doing 40 years ago. General education has to be for something for its own sake. We need to learn. Kids need to learn about all kinds of different things, not just to teach for the test or whatever. General education must be a priority of our country, or we will not survive.
I agree, and I think it starts by watching a movie like Tango Shalom.
Oh my God! Just so you know, I didn't pay you to say that.
Very, very nice. Very nice. I want to say plug,
wait,
but
hang on. Wait, hang on.
I had a dream.
Hashem told you to dance in a tango contest?
A dancing teacher wants to tango with you?
No!
Critics are raving about Tango Shalom. It's clever and inventive, with right chemistry on and off the dance floor.
You're a lunatic!
A funny and thoughtful family film with a warm heart and a playful spirit. From the director of My Big Fat Greek Wedding.
Oh, that's my Fernando.
Tango Shalom. In select theaters this weekend.
May I just
come on, you brought that up.
Something I realized about Tango Shalom.
Please.
That movie has the spirit of IDIC.
What is that? What do you mean by that?
That's the film. The film.
You're talking IDIC, infinite diversity and
yes.
infinite conversation.
Correct.
Yes, conversations.
Combinations.
Yes.
Perhaps you have been, imbibing too much alcohol, but,
no,
that's not for me to say.
No. So, for those of you who don't know, IDIC was a concept in the original series of Star Trek. And there was an actual a thing that was introduced in Is There in Truth No Beauty? Spock, it was a Vulcan symbol that they came up with. They wanted to sell swag, but it was IDIC. Infinite diversity and infinite combinations.
Yes.
Which I love. I love that.
Tango Shalom embodies the spirit of that completely. You know, the spirit of IDIC is completely in Tango Shalom.
I agree. Well, thank you for saying that. Well, ladies, I need to go to bed because before I become too inebriated. But no, I think this is a great conversation.
It was. And I do need to speak to you before you after this.
Yeah, of course. And we will end our show, and tomorrow night
Plus,
we're coming
it's
back.
technically my birthday now.
Oh wait, is your what?
What?
Yes.
Happy birthday! Why didn't you say anything earlier?
Come on now.
Because I couldn't find the right place to.
Oh, you should have said it, Zephyr. You should have just said it's my birthday. It's my birthday.
Da-na-na-na-na-na. You say it's your birthday. Da-na-na-na-na. It's my birthday too.
Well, I don't like to bring attention to myself.
So what's it like to be 22?
Yeah, I was going to say 18.
32.
Oh, you are not 32. Come on now.
Yes, 32, because I was born in 1989.
No, I'm thinking you're like 18. Sorry.
Wait a minute.
No, 32.
Wait. Let's go back.
Born in 1989.
You were born in the year that Star Trek V, Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade, Batman, License to Kill, Ghostbusters 2. You were born in that year?
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Do you have any special plans?
Nothing beyond a spa afternoon at the Royal Thai Spa.
Oh, that sounds wonderful.
Are you going to have a high colonic? Because I love those.
No, I booked myself an aromatherapy plus a hot stone massage and 1 hour at the infrared sauna.
Oh, wonderful. That's going to feel fantastic. And you deserve it. You work hard, so.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Well, by the way, how about this? I would ask the two of you, can you speak amongst yourselves and give me a couple of seconds, maybe 90 seconds, because I have to go drain the main vein. I know, right? I'm just kidding. I just want to feel water coursing through my urethra. How about that?
Well, I thought you.
Just use the bathroom. Just use the little boys' room.
I'm gonna do that.
And close off the show, and then you can go, and you don't have to worry about coming back after.
No. I'm gonna let you guys. I'm gonna let you guys talk. I want you guys to talk. I want you guys to talk about your birthday. I'll be back. I'll be right back. I swear to God.
All right. Be careful.
All right, kids. Wait. I'm always careful.
All right. Just use the little boys' room, please.
It's in a whole different structure. I have to leave the observatory. I'll be right back.
Okay. All right. He's okay. He's all right. I worry that he's going to trip and fall or something on the way back. Oh my!
Yes, you are very kind to say that I don't look 32.
You don't.
That is much too kind of you.
Well, it's the truth. It's the truth. So, yeah, and yeah, honestly, you could pass for 18, and that's not a stretch at all.
Again, thank you very, very much. I am very grateful that you said that. But yes, technically today I am 32.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Well, happy birthday to you. Many happy returns. I know you said.
Not technically now this hour because the time of my birth was 2:49 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Because I was born in Toronto, so yeah.
So we have a few more hours to go before your official arrival.
Yeah.
I can't remember what time my birth time was on my birth certificate.
I don't remember either. I had to ask my mother.
Okay. Well, I remember my mother had my birth certificate and it had the time on it, but the new ones that they issue, they don't put the time on there. It's just sort of like a generic birth certificate. Doesn't have a lot of details on it. So, but that's wonderful. Birthdays are wonderful to celebrate, and I'm glad you told us it was your birthday because I feel very silly. It was your birthday and you didn't say anything.
Well, like I said, I don't like to bring attention to myself, so yeah, that's why I said it this late in the live stream, this late in the program.
Well, I'm glad you said something, and the things have been so strange over the last year and a half. So any kind of celebration, is a welcome one, and we're glad to have you on, and it's been so much fun to hear your opinions on everything. So that's a positive.
Especially since I can very knowledgeably give my opinions on things that are related to Chinese culture.
And it's appreciated. And I know that you are pursuing your PhD, but I love that the area that you're pursuing it in, because I do associate that topic with peace, or the idea of pursuing peace. And
and it should, because Buddhism is peaceful. Well, by and large, a peaceful religion. It's just weird that there are the samurai, as well as other Zen priests in Japan, have abused it, I suppose, for their own violent ends.
Yeah, it is interesting how this interpretation of that can be used to justify violence. And I believe in the nonviolent movement by Martin Luther King. I always believed in that. I still believe in that. So, it's unfortunate.
Yeah, and if you just look at the Buddhist teachings by itself, it is very peaceful. It's a peaceful, nonviolent religion.
And we definitely could use some more peace right now.
And it's also a religion of compassion.
Yes.
And also a religion that teaches people how to let go of negativity, negativity.
Right.
It is good. All right, listen, Zephyr. I want to thank you for being here. I want to wish you a very happy birthday. I have come to love and cherish you over the time we've come to meet, and I want to thank you for all the insight you've given us. I look forward to having you back, and obviously continuing talking to you all the time.
Thank you very much, Robert.
No, you're fantastic. And I'm going to let you go, and I'm going to continue on because I have to tell something very embarrassing. I'm going to show it to all of you.
Oh my God! What?
Well, this is terrible. You wait. I know, right? You're gonna wait, but I'm gonna let Zephyr go untainted on her birthday.
Is it really that bad?
It's terrible.
Because I'm curious now.
Right, fine. I'll do it. I'll do it right now. Okay.
You piqued my curiosity.
I know. I'm gonna. So, one of my favorite. To live in Los Angeles is to live in a city where all they do is disappoint you. All of your favorite places, they will all close eventually. They will all shutter. They will leave you high and dry. One of my favorite places in Los Angeles is in Studio City, and it is a hobby store called Kitcraft. I've been going there for the better part of 30 years. One of the guys that used to work there, Tom, founded Sideshow, which makes statues. They're the North American distributor of hot toys. A great company. They are closing their doors at the end of this month.
Oh, no.
I've been going there.
That's so heartbreaking.
You have no idea. How am I going to get my Tamiya rattle can paints or my enamels or my like airbrush supplies? I don't know. But they also always had models. You go there and Gundam models, Star Trek models, whatever. So yesterday, Mike Bodden was in town. We had some meetings. Boy, I went to Manhattan Beach Studios, where they shot The Mandalorian, and they're shooting Obi-Wan and reshoots on Doctor Strange. We were there yesterday.
Wow.
I can't talk about it, but we were there.
Wow.
So I went to Kickcraft, and I have to say, all right, listen, man. I'm going to show this to you.
Yeah.
No, this is the USS Kelvin from 2009's J.J. Abrams Star Trek 09. All right,
I thought you disliked A.J. Abrams' Star Trek.
Yes, Zephyr, this is the point. I'm coming clean. I wanted this kit, the Kelvin. This is the only thing I liked about Star Trek 2009. I went to Kickcraft. This might be the last thing. I've been buying stuff from there since the early 90s. I bought this kit. This Mobius models, they got the rights, I'm just coming clean. I did buy a spaceship model from 2009. Now, people will be like, well, Rob, didn't you buy the Revell kit of the Enterprise of J.J. Abrams' 2009 Star Trek? I did, because they weren't selling it in America, so I had to import it. It's fucking terrible. It's the worst, horrible,
and
awful...
where did they sell it? And where did they sell it from, if not the States?
Germany. They never licensed it in the United States. They're licensing it now, but they never made a kit of it. That's how much people hated it. They couldn't even sell it in America. But this, the 1/1000th scale of the Kelvin, I bought it. I bought it yesterday. I'm going to come clean. I actually like this design. It feels canonical to me. And it is, because it's before the Narada incursion. So,
Right.
say what you want. It's not like this. It's not my quarter scale Hot Toy Spider-Man figure. It's not this.
Oh my goodness, that box. Goodness gracious.
Oh my God.
Look at that box.
Oh, well, that's what she said. Oh, no, I love this box. This figure is unbelievable.
It looks, I can't wait to see when you finally unbox it.
Well, I did on this week. Should I do it now?
If you wish. I have no strong opinion either way.
Oh my God. Okay. I don't usually collect quarter scale figures, okay? But this figure, okay, I had to get it. First of all, this box, look at this shit. This shit is dope as fuck. It's so good.
It is a lovely box.
It's
and the art on the box is nice as well.
It's unbelievable.
And the color. It's a very nice shade of red.
Okay, first of all, let me just show it to you since we're here. First of all, here's the quarter scale head sculpt of Tom Holland. Now, look at this.
Yeah, that's a great likeness. That's a lovely sculpt.
Oh wow!
Look at this head sculpt.
The artist who did this is very talented.
Are you kidding me? Look at this.
Yeah, that's why I said the artist. That's why I said the artist who did this is really talented.
Look, it's almost like, hey, Tom, my friend, how are you? Well, hello, Rob. It's good to see you. We could be in the same room together.
Yeah, that's why I said the artist who did this is really talented.
Fantastic, right? So we got that now, but here's the dopest shit ever. So now, I have to say, I don't usually collect quarter scale figures. I have Hot Toys has made 15 quarter scale figures. I have 4 of them. And then I have other companies' quarter scale figures. But I gotta show you this figure. This figure, here it is.
Wow, that's beautiful.
I know.
And I like it's Tom Holland, right?
Yeah. This is Tom Holland, and
I like him a lot.
This figure is so. Listen to this.
You mean? Oh wow!
It's all ratcheted joints, and not only that. What's amazing is, and this is Hot Toys genius. So, it comes with a number of different eyes, And so what they do is kind of like what they do with Deadpool. If I can finally hang on, and I put these in here.
So the eyes are not necessarily always white?
Well, you have, so the eyes, it's magnetized, and they come with different size eyes. I picked the biggest, widest eyes, I call it the McFarlane eyes when Todd McFarlane was drawing Spider-Man. So it comes with different pieces, eye pieces. And so
different, okay.
Yeah, so
it's not always white.
So, so you can decide what you want to do. I mean, this figure is so fucking amazing. It's so awesome. And so hang on. I got hold on. This is so dope. So he comes with many hands, if that's what you want. Many hands.
Yes.
But what's amazing about this figure is, I won't even begin. So
look at the accessories. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, so if you can see
accessories.
Yeah, so here are the multiple different eyes. It comes with the drone. It comes with the things that go underneath. Is
that another head? Like the thing, like
no. When you use the Tom Holland head sculpt, he holds on to this as it's part of his costume. He even comes. It comes with a cell phone.
It's the mask.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, I mean, the thing is, it'll all fall out, but he's got his Spider-Man backpack. He's got his iPhone. I mean, this shit is so dope. But now this is the deluxe version. So, wait, let me put this here. The deluxe version, you can't see it, but it has the crashed vulture base that you have to build. It's unbelievable. I mean, this is one of the best Hot Toys figures I've ever seen. I mean, I
agree.
If you like Spider-Man, I mean, it comes with the webbing. I mean, it's so fucking cool. Now, what's interesting about this though is, of course, when did I order this? What, a year and a half ago?
Has it been that long? You've been waiting for it?
Yeah, something like that.
Oh wow.
Yeah, so
you have been very patient.
Well, I mean, you kind of have to be. It's you wait like the Millennium Falcon cockpit and all that, but this figure, I have to say, this might be, they've done quarter scale Iron Man figures. This Spider-Man figure is, I mean, it's so posable. I'm just leaving him in his natural state because I can't. I mean, this shit's so dope. It's so good. Like, I love this figure so much. So yeah, that's the Spider-Man Homecoming quarter scale Hot Toys figure. Hot Toys quarter scale figure number 15. So for those of you keeping score, they've done Boba Fett. I've got the quarter scale Boba Fett and Darth Vader.
I can't wait to see when you finally get all of your area organized and we see all of your Maja cases and everything. Like, although I don't know whether the quarter scale can fit in it, but I mean, it'll still look fantastic, Robert. I can't wait to see you when you have that done.
You can kind of see like like right here. I've added lights. There's all kinds of stuff going on. The Millennium Falcon unboxing video thing is going to happen soon.
But you know what's missing behind you, Robert?
What?
Is a huge poster of Tango Shalom.
Well, you're right. You are correct.
But where would he put it? Because the poster would cover things.
I agree with you, but it should cover things now because today is the premiere of his movie.
Yes.
Because if he puts it along one wall, that might cover the Star Trek, the motion picture thing.
And it probably will, but since today is the premiere of his movie, it should. It takes precedence today.
It is true, but now it's a new day. It's the next day. But yes, you are correct. I mean, it's coming. All of this is coming, and if I look around, like I actually have a second set that I've built. And I have another camera and more lights So soon, soon. There's going. It's hard, by the way, to talk and still put all this stuff together. Just
Yeah, I don't know how you're doing it. It's so big. But thank you for showing. I mean, I hope, Robert, that at some point you do an extended video of the item, because it's not. I do like that you're showing it to us now, but like we can't see all the details, and I'd love to see that detail in an extended video with close-ups and everything else you want to tell us about it, because we could spend an hour just talking about that one figure.
No, but I think Justin Kane, Justin's collection. He's done like I think you're right, but I don't want to do extended videos because Justin does such a good job.
Yeah,
but like I have so many diverse things that people don't collect. I mean, my one day I will like I look around, I'm thinking all of this stuff. I mean, there's so many things in here, and I will do that.
And this has been such a great show tonight, Robert.
I think so too. Well, listen, we're not done yet, but Zephyr, I'm going to bid you good evening. Is that
you really don't want me? You really don't want me to stay awake any longer, do you?
No, I do, but I have some business I have to do with.
Yes, the show and different things.
We have business to do, and I want to thank you for coming on, and I want to thank you. By the way, what is that stuffed animal you have? Who is that?
It's a character from a manga / anime series called Inuboku SS.
Ah.
It's a well,
it's basically a Japanese raccoon dog.
Oh, nice! Oh, I love that.
The Japanese name for this creature is tanuki.
Mm-hmm.
Well, listen, I think we all wish you a very happy birthday. I want to thank you coming on and giving us your insight into this. I want to say the CCCP, but that was the Soviet Union back when I was a kid. It's not that way.
It's just two C's.
I know. I know. It's not good. Well, listen. I want to hear all about your spa day. Maybe we'll have you come on tomorrow night before Jeffrey Reddick comes on at 12:30. Jeffrey Reddick, the creator of the Final Destination franchise, is coming on Midnight Metal tomorrow. I, of course, am going, if you live in Los Angeles, at 4:20 today at the West Side Pavilion at the Landmark Theater. I will be there with the family. You can meet Elizabeth Gwendolyn Bell, the ace, the arbiter of cinematic excellence. You can meet Gabe Bologna, the director of Tango Shalom. You can meet Mike Bawden. You can meet Bill Hunt from thedigitalbits.com. We're going to have a blowout. If you want to come, it is, I don't know if tickets are still available, but at 4:20 tomorrow afternoon at the Landmark, come watch Tango Shalom, a wacky, quirky movie that I spent half a decade making sure got finished.
and who the movie completely has the spirit of IDIC.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I love that you say that.
To promote peace. Mm-hmm.
So, Zephyr, I will bid you farewell. Thank you for being here. I very much appreciate you. And by the way, Zephyr made homemade dog treats and sent them to my dogs. I don't think, I mean...
Do you want more?
I don't... Well, do I want more? They want more.
No, I meant do your dogs want more?
Yes. I mean... I didn't think dogs... basically, if I chopped them up and made the dogs sniff them, you made dog cocaine. Oh, you really did. They loved those dog treats. I made a video. I can't thank you enough.
I can't send more.
Well, I'm going to let you go.
Hence my question. Do your dogs want more?
I don't want... I feel guilty making... Yeah, okay. You know what? Gilbert would be like, dude, like, you couldn't tell her that we could use it. Why'd you have to say no? I'm like, well, it wouldn't be polite, Gilbert. He's like, I don't... Look, I'm a dog. I mean, I get some kind of... The joys I get are few and far between. Those are really good. Why didn't you tell her to make some more? I'm like, okay, Gilbert would want you to make him more.
All right, and Tallulah?
Well, she's kind of crazy. I mean, I can't speak for her, but she'd be like, "Oh, do we get more? Do we get more? I'd love more. Can you add more?" She would say, "Yeah." She would say, "Yes." She wants more.
All right, then yes, they will have more.
All right, then. I'm going to bid you farewell. I wish you a happy birthday. Go see Shang-Chi again.
In 3D and in IMAX.
Yeah.
Well, the first time I watched it was in IMAX.
Oh, that's good. I haven't seen IMAX. I'm going again.
Yeah, at the Metreon at 4th Street.
Oh, I love the Metreon. Oh, man. It's right by the W, man. That's where I was staying when I went to San Francisco.
Oh, yeah, the W. Yeah, it is very close to the W hotel.
I know. I know San Francisco not as well as I know LA, but
within walking distance.
I know. Yeah. Yep. All right, kid. Thank you for being here.
And thank you for inviting me, Robert. And thank you very much for your very, very, very kind words. You know, about me not looking 32.
You're welcome, and enjoy your birthday.
You look like a teenager. Give me a break. Come on. You've done well. All right.
The two of you are so very, very kind people.
Thank you.
Well, good night, my dear. Sleep well.
Good night.
Get some sleep and then go out and party like a rock star.
I'll just enjoy my spa day.
All right, do that. I want to hear all about it.
All right. Good night.
Good night. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the great Zephyr Chan. It was great that she came here. So now I got questions for you. I mean,
for me,
yeah. So I want to talk about what you've been doing for the channel, what you've been doing for the Burnettwork. You know, you and Scotty. By the way, can I just talk about Scotty for a minute?
Yes.
He's an interesting cat. Like I really like that guy. He's obviously a huge fan, but he's also very smart, very witty, very fun. Now
and very talented, very, very talented.
Very talented. And I would say, like, I would ask you, like, you came up with the idea of doing the PGS All-Stars, and there are people like Tom Jr. Jackson, which great show, by the way. All those are going to go up, and Catherine.
Yes.
That was a great the conversation you had with her. That was a great conversation.
Well, thank you. She's wonderful. I love Catherine.
She's really great, and I think what. So for those of you who don't know, yes, when I was gone, she did a long form conversation with the Richard and Bunyan Snipe about He-Man, which was great. And by the way, the final episode didn't fully upload, so we owe that to you guys. And
yes.
But we will. I don't know why, but we'll get that up. And then you did a bunch more. It was just I got so between what I was uploading those in Portland, and then while I was working, and so. But you've done other things, and then Steve Foley and Scott has done a great Star Trek show that I'm going to put up, and then the rest of
it's done, Robert.
Yeah, no, they're great, and I've just been, you know, between what I was doing in Portland and now, I've been so slammed this week, but I've downloaded your other PGS All-Star episodes, and we're going to put those up, and
yes.
I would ask you. I mean, I thought it was a really good idea that you came up with this idea of the PGS All-Stars. And, you know, for me, I've never let anyone else on the... You're the first person has been on the channel but me. You know, like, I've talked about it. It was for me, so it was first. I didn't really think about it. Like, yeah, sure, why not? But you're the first person, and I gave you a forum, and I thought you did a terrific job, and I love what you're doing, and the idea of community, and your idea of showcasing this community, because, you know, for me, what's so important about the Burnettwork and Robservations is the Post-Geek Singularity community, but I never showcase it the way you did. And I'm curious, like, where'd you come up with the idea, and why did you have this, and what does it mean to you? Please just tell me about the Post-Geek Singularity All-Stars.
I was inspired by what I've already been seeing the creators that are part of the PGS doing. You know, like Cinema Gulp, or even the Richard, or even Twin Flicks. There are so many talented.
Those guys are so great. You know, and they lost their father, and yeah.
There are so many talented creators in the Post-Geek Singularity, and becoming part of the Post-Geek Singularity changed, you know, a lot of things for me in a positive direction, because I found myself, you know, in this group that you've kind of pulled us all together, and have created and fostered an environment that's, like Steve Foley had said, and many of us have said, is like a master class in trying to inspire other creators to go for their dreams and to do more. And, you know, it's a network that I've always wanted. I think all of us always want to have that network of people that we can reach out to when we need help to do something, or to create something, or advice on something. And so this community, while it is true we enjoy entertainment and we're inspired by you, we've also found ourselves encouraged to become creators and produce work. And I felt that when I saw what the community was doing, why not promote the community to itself? You know, I think that a show like PGS All Stars and PGS Reviews gives PGS members a vehicle to introduce themselves to everyone without the pressure of all falling on, let's say, your shoulders when you're extremely busy and you're already doing other things. Now there's an extra place for people to go to and say, you know, this is who I am and this is what I like to talk about, and you can find me here. And, you know, Steve Foley just wrote, as we mentioned, his new book, Let's All Go to the Lobby. And, you know, talking about something like that and promoting it to other members. Cinema Gulp, who I absolutely love the way he does reviews, and I've done a few reviews with him promoting that. Scotty, who I did a review with on the non-spoiler version of Tango Shalom, has such a wonderful banter, and I just love talking to him and getting his opinions and views out there. And
he's very funny. I mean, he's a terrific guy.
Yes. And, you know, and as I continue to go down the line of these creators, there are even more that I haven't even said, like we're going to have Cardinal Sin on, we're going to have S. Beam. There's so many, and I can't remember all their names. Russ Whitfield from the United Kingdom, Terje has been on, and many others, including Black Phillip Alvarez. I can't name them all, but you all have been so inspiring to hear your opinions and voices as you write in letters to Robert, as you you know, talk in the chat. All these things are really important because this community is really, I think, blossomed. And, you know, this is, I feel, the next right step for the community. As I'm always talking to the Richard about this, who has also inspired me with his example of doing things like this. So I just have to thank just the community as a whole for supporting this effort. And, you know, we are a bunch of creatives, and I feel like we need to have that expressed in another way. So this was the perfect vehicle to kind of promote the PGS within the PGS, and I got inspired by everybody who was here. You know, it's been such a lovely experience, and of course from you too, Robert, as well. But it's been such a lovely experience being able to be part of this. I'm really proud of how it's turning out.
Well, I mean, look, I have to say, to have you step up and do this has been amazing. And it means a lot to me, and I think it's very inspiring. And I love the fact that you chose, you know, you chose to do a show that focuses on other people. You know, it wasn't like, I want to do the show, even though a lot of people probably would love that. I would love that, but that's not what you chose to do. You know, you said, I would like to do a show about other people, and to me, what you've done embodies exactly like I didn't know when Elizabeth bought me this microphone. Like, what people, the late John Shep's like, dude, you got to do a YouTube show. I'm like, what? What? Like, I didn't know what it would be. It's been constant. Like, people are like, well, yes, the film festival is not done. Hang on, let me answer a question. Hang on. Journey's End says, hey, Rob, I've been busy the past few months, and I've been missing the Daily Show. Was there a conclusion to the Intergalactic Imagination Connoisseurs Film Festival yet? Also, just saw Shang-Chi at the drive-in and loved it. Well, the semifinalists were announced. We have not given out awards. And yes, it's almost a year. We're coming up on a... That is my fault. But here's the thing. I made this shit up on the fly. Like, it's not like I planned it. You know, and people made amazing films. There's amazing films. My big regret for the film festival is I didn't do enough to get people to watch the movies. Because, and by the way, we've almost doubled our audience since then, and everyone made great films. And while I take it upon myself, yes, we will finish it. Whining About Movies is coming back. We're going to do all of that. Elizabeth will come back, and we will give the awards cash prizes and all that. We have not forgotten. But it's been like, I mean, between Dota Dragon's End, or Dragon's Blood, it used to be called Dragon's End, Dragon's Blood, and the Tango Shalom, I mean, the insanity of doing all of this stuff. I mean, I look, I am guilty of everyone. I'm very, like, let's build the Great Pyramids of Giza. We can do it. We can do it right now. Look, that is my whole thing is like I dream big, and I still I love the films everyone made. They're all on the channel for everyone to watch, so we will finish it. But you know, other people have written me and said I never would have made a movie. Like there is, I think while it might not be technically the best movie. One of our viewers, a trans woman, made a movie, and the way she did it, I thought it was fascinating, and I learned more about what it was like to be trans. And it was this. If you watch the film, it's very sad and difficult. And I was like, fuck. I watched this movie and I thought, wow, this is great. And the thing is, I haven't heard from her again. I put out, I hope she's okay, and I want her to know I loved her film because the way she did it was so clever, and it's a heartbreaking movie, and well done. And I thought the people that sent me the films for the film festival, amazing work. And when you came out and said you wanted to do this, and you're interviewing members, I mean, the Tom Jr. Jackson show is really good. I love that guy. And your video with him is great, and the Catherine, you guys had a great conversation. It's so good. You guys had a great conversation, and you know,
I love her.
I mean, I might say that I kind of love the background of her beautifully organized physical media collection, but
very organized,
so interesting, so smart. You had such a great conversation. I'm like, wow, you know, I would never have met these people if it wasn't for this YouTube channel. And the fact that you decided to celebrate those people, it's pretty amazing.
Well, thank you. Thank you for giving me the opportunity. And I think that the fact that we're all together like this in this community is amazing. And I think that, you know, it's good karma. And I think it's going to be something that we're all going to benefit from.
Yeah, no, totally. I completely agree with you. And what I love what you did, though, was your first impulse was to focus on other people.
Yes,
it
was.
To celebrate the goof people.
Yes.
That make up the Post-Geek singularity. And I thought that was, like, you and I, we met through this channel. You know?
Yes, we did.
And I consider you a friend, and I'm fortunate to know you. And I'm like, wow, who would have thought like a year ago I would have met some like random woman who knows her music and knows her movies and knows her pop culture, and like, you'd be like busting your ass making videos for this channel. It just goes to show you. Here's why I'm an eternal optimist, because I don't understand. If you're alive, you should be optimistic, because you're gonna be dead soon enough. So why live a life where like, oh, life's terrible, everything's awful? Like, really? Nah, I think no. I think the default position of being alive on this planet has to be something that's better than the alternative, which is to have never existed at all. So, and I think that you have done a great job fostering the sense of community. It's great.
Thank you, Robert. Thank you. I'm so glad that you're pleased with that. And, this community is very special community to me. I value, everyone in it. And it's been, such a great experience to be part of this. And you can see the talent that we have here. There's a lot of talented people in the PGS, and I want that to come out and be showcased. And, it's very exciting time for the PGS, Robert. Very exciting time.
I know, and I hope that I continue to lead the way. I mean, I have to say that Mike Bodden came there. I will say this: there's a lot of really good things happening. I can't talk about them, but there's a lot of. I mean, it's funny to me because, on YouTube. I mean, how many YouTubers have a movie they produced and edited in theaters this weekend? Kevin Smith might,
I don't think I know any, Robert. Wait, you?
Yeah, and it's not like I'm like going, oh, look at me.
No, so that's something else to mention.
But for me, the only reason that I could come talk shit on YouTube, like, is only because I have work that's in the world, and I'm like, judge me, and here's the thing. Tango Shalom is a micro budget film. One episode of Discovery could pay for 20 Tango Shaloms, and I like, so the only reason I can rail against shit is if I'm making something, and I'm like, you know what, I will put what I work on. You might not love it or whatever. I'm like, okay, like I Paradox, science fiction movie Paradox. That movie cost $250,000. I am incredibly proud of the last 30 minutes of that film because I edited the film, and I'm like, you know what? People might not be able to look at it and go, well, this isn't like there's a battle. The ridiculous scene in the third season of Discovery when they're fighting in an elevator. I'm like, our elevator costs $27 for each effect shot. I mean, I'm like, I had to cut around. I mean, they literally filmed an elevator scene with this makeshift metal, like, rods against a brick wall, and it was all supposed to be virtual or whatever. And I'm like, how do I cut this? I don't know. But I'm like, okay, $250,000. I'm proud of it. And I would be like, you know what? I will go up against your whatever it is, and I will say, look, if you're going to judge us both, great. Take your $10 million thing and judge it against our $250,000 movie. The real question is, the audience, did you like it? Tango Shalom was made for a very low budget, but if people seem to like the film, and I'm proud of it. I will stand by it. I'm like, you know what? If it was $100 million movie, I still would have done the same work.
Well, I also think that you're not giving yourself enough credit because, and we've talked about this in the past in regards to Tango Shalom, but, it is true that you wore many hats in this film and continue to wear many hats regarding this film.
I'm still making commercials. I mean, hey, wait, speaking of many hats, hang on, let me just play this one more time.
Hashem told you to dance in a tango contest?
A dancing teacher wants to tango with you.
Critics are raving about Tango Shalom. It's clever and inventive.
Oh, how about that
with
voiceover?
Right chemistry on and off the dance floor.
You're a lunatic!
A funny and thoughtful family film with a warm heart and a playful spirit. from the director of My Big Fat Greek Wedding.
Oh, that's my Fernando.
Tango Shalom, in select theaters this weekend.
You know what's funny about that? So Casey, who cut that spot, he said, because I'm always doing this, he's like, we need voiceover. Would you do voiceover? And he sent me a script. So I'm reading the script, and I'm like looking at it. I hadn't seen the spot. And so I just gave him a bunch of line readings. And I've done voiceover. I did the XFL cheerleader commercials. But when he sent the spot back to me, I didn't like my voiceover. So it was like 4 a.m, and I'm like, I'm re-recording my voiceover and adding it. So that spot has my re-recorded voiceover that I was doing at 4 a.m. I mean, everyone has worked on the release of this film. We're all working till 4 a.m. So
yes, no, you're right, and it shows. But the special touches that you put in, like for example, you'd mentioned how you felt that certain things needed to be added to the film. You know,
yes.
Scenes and video. I'm not going to spoil it for anybody, but very specific things.
One character,
and also certain things you felt needed. Where money needed to be spent on, perhaps money wasn't spent on. We need to focus on this. We need to do this, and those touches make all the difference when you're watching a film. And as I've told you today, I saw it on the big screen, and it looked fantastic. The film looks perfect, Robert. I mean, it really
I haven't seen it. It's so crazy to me that I've not seen it. I mean, we worked so hard on the sound mix and the way it looks. I haven't seen it in theater.
Well, wait till you see it.
I know. I mean, I'm taking my girlfriend's mother, who's been there, but her husband hasn't seen it. Elizabeth's stepfather hasn't seen it, and here's the thing, Elizabeth's stepfather, Murray, I love him. He's a doctor he's like 84 years old. He's an amazing, very smart, very intelligent guy. Well, his sister, Lynn, is an indie film fanatic. She loves independent cinema.
Oh,
and
wow.
She's a tough crowd. Like, she and I hit it off. Like, I love her. She's coming to see the film. And I'm like,
I love it.
I'm a little terrified because I love her, but she's a tough crowd.
Right.
And she's coming to see the movie. And I'm like here's the thing. Look, what's so fun? Here's what's very funny about working on this film. Mm-hmm. No one I know, nobody I know, would ever be excited about an indie Jewish spiritual quest family dance comedy fable. No one I know is gonna dig it. But for me, I look at every story is legitimate. Like, I don't need to just work on sci-fi, fantasy, and horror. So, to me, I looked at this as a creative challenge. And all stories can be made to be great stories. And this film, it was particularly difficult. It was so difficult to make this movie even work. And so, for me, I see it as a win. And that's in theaters, epic win. Now, the funny thing is, no one I know is going to be like, Rob, that was awesome. Like you are. I love hearing that you love the film. But, my friends who are all jaded industry professionals, and they're going to be like, how'd you get this into a theater? I'm like, oh yeah, I killed for money and paid people off. I mean, no. This film was, what's interesting? Kristen Bedno, who at Vision Films, she was a judge for the Brooklyn Film Festival. But I found out this week that she wasn't originally the judge. Her friend was, and her friend fell out. And her friend said, can you please come in, pinch hit for me at the 11th hour?
Right.
So she was never supposed to be there. And so she saw Tango Shalom, and she, from a distribution company, she came after us. Now, normally for independent films, you have to beg distributors to watch. You're like, please, 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 please distribute my movie, please.
Mm-hmm.
Well, she came after us, so it was amazing. And
Yeah,
and they've been great. I mean, there's been people, one guy in particular, coming on spamming my channel on Facebook saying disparaging Vision Films. I'm like, look, man, all I can say is every independent filmmaker will bitch and moan and complain about their distributors. I will say this. Vision Films has put everything behind this movie. They've done a great job. Do we have a lot of money? No, we don't. We're spitting on baling. We're duct tape and baling wire and putting up a fence based on that. And they've done a great job. So
they've done a fantastic job, and clearly they saw what a gem this film is, because it certainly is special. It's not an ordinary run-of-the-mill film, Robert. There are a lot of elements and very special features in the film, as far as I'm concerned, that have a message that is relevant. It applies to everyone, and it's a message that will be relevant for many years to come. So, I think it will be, and I also think that it's not always easy to capture that in a film. I think a lot of filmmakers might start off with an idea where they want to have something like this, but it's not always the easiest thing to create. And you can, it's everything. It's like a synchronicity of a balance. Also, I did want to mention that whoever did the filming, the cinematographers, I think they did a pretty good job. I know you said it was in multiple formats, but as far as I'm concerned, and of course with what you added to it, it looks really, really good on screen.
Well, I would have to say our DP, Massimo Zeri, shot most of the movie himself, and in 5K, he did a great job. I mean, he did. Yeah. It was only some sequences. Mostly the end dance sequence in that was shot in L.A., but everything else he shot, and it was, I saw it as it was a very, I love post production. I mean, I've edited for 25 years. This is the movie I'm most proud of editorially, because it was really difficult because of the multiple formats and the amount of film or the amount of digitally captured files, and it was tough. I mean, and someone singled my editing out in a review today. It meant the world to me, because everyone's always joked, they're like, you should be directing. I'm like, but I love to edit, and a lot of people, they don't understand what I get out of it. I love editing. I love it so much. I love being able to take two images and put them together, and suddenly more meaning is made. People don't know how much I love to edit. And I got involved in Tango Shalom as an editor, and they made me a producer because I was doing so much with the film, and it meant a lot to me to be singled out, even in one review about the editing, because I worked really hard to do what I could do to make it the best it could be. So it's funny. It's just if I hadn't had been working on a film the entire time I've had this YouTube channel, I have been working on Tango Shalom. If I didn't have that, I couldn't talk shit. I couldn't do this channel. If I wasn't working, I'd be like, my opinion is invalid for me. Like, I can't do this channel unless I'm doing work. And in the last couple of days, things have happened. I might have work for the next 10 years. We'll see.
Well, I also do want to comment that, as I mentioned, I saw the movie on the big screen for the first time today, and I went with Mikey.
I envy you. You saw it, and Mikey, who I love him.
A wonderful gentleman, just really a lovely man, and it was wonderful to finally meet him and to go with another member of the PGS was just fantastic.
I gotta say though, he loved In the Heights.
Yes,
and I was like, bruh. I was thinking you and Mikey were going. I'm like, I was really nervous. because like he loved In the Heights. He is a connoisseur, but he knows his shit. He knows.
Yes, he does.
And when I've had him on the show, he's like a guy. Like I wish I live in his hood. I wish, because he's the kind of guy that I'd call him up and go, hey man, something's playing Thursday night, let's go. He'd be like, yeah, Rob, let's go. He's the kind of guy that I love him. And the fact that you guys are going, it tickled me to no end. And that's one of the things that's frustrating, sitting in this computer room in the Rob Observatory, and I meet these great people. I'm like, let's go get a pint or something. And I'm like, oh, Mikey lives in New York.
We definitely do that after the shows. Like, we would be doing that. Yeah.
So but he dug it, right?
Oh, he loved it. And, I did just want to mention that, having another person that I could, rather than going by myself, because I'm going to take my mother to see the film on Sunday at the Angelica.
Oh, my God, thank you so much. Please go, because support both the theaters. By the way, there is good news about this. I'm not saying that's happening, but it might be going wider in New York City.
Oh, wow.
Kind of like it might be in America's hat, a bee in a bonnet, so to speak.
Wow.
I'm not really saying anything, but it's been doing all right. So
good. I'm so glad to hear that. And another thing I was going to say is that, the other really interesting thing about the film is that it does have a certain sense of optimism to it.
Yeah.
So, sometimes it's not easy to make optimistic films at a time, especially, our current climate and situation that feels somewhat dour. And you mentioned, and of course you've mentioned to us that the film was started maybe 5 years ago. Maybe the feeling at the time that the film was made might have been very different, politically and the country and everything, but that just goes to show you that even something that has that time frame can still have a lasting effect. That optimism can still carry through in a film. And of course, my thought, and I know it's been this has been somewhat more consuming because it's an independent film and taking up a lot of your time. But my thought is, is there going to be a second part to this, or a companion making of this movie? Because it just seems like it's been a journey that you've taken us on as, let's say, in PGS members, and I think a lot of people could benefit from seeing the behind the scenes, if you have something like that, or the making of. We've heard so much about it, and I kind of want those special features, Robert. We want the special features.
Well, yes. So I was supposed to deliver a documentary today, and here's the thing: our distributor does manufacture on demand, and only on DVD. Now I'm shopping around for a Blu-ray deal, because I have all kinds of. I've shot interviews with the entire cast and everyone. It's hard because there's no money. There's no, like, normally even Scream Factory, when Dave Parker and I did the special features for Hills Run Red at the beginning of the pandemic, we did 6.5 hours of special features. They paid us,
right?
And even though I produced the film, I shot no one had paid me for the work I'd done 12 years previously. So same thing. I shot all these interviews with all the cast, and our distributor's not set up to release a Blu-ray, even though the film was finished in 4K. So it was not an upscale. It was an actual 4K finish.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And they're not set. I'm looking to find a Blu-ray deal for the movie.
Okay.
And hopefully that will, and then I could spend some more time making special features. But I haven't, I've been so busy with the release. At the same time, I've got, 30 hours of interviews, and I'm trying to go through them and create. And they right now, Vision Films only releases stuff on DVD, not even Blu-ray or 4K. And I'm like, well, I understand that, but maybe we could get a Blu-ray deal with somebody. I would love to see the film come out that way. It bothers me that I don't have the time, especially after the last film I produced, which was, 2009. It's been 12 years. That we don't have a great physical media release. It bothers me, and I'm like, well, because Vision's a low budget company, and they know, they're like, well, if you can give us something great, if not, I'm like, man, I shot all these people. It's great. I've got at least an hour, a 90-minute documentary, but I need a month to cut it. I haven't had time.
Right.
And I'm like, between streaming on YouTube, going to Portland and directing Crisis Medicine and coming back here with the film, it's like.
Now, when does Crisis Medicine, when does that make its the second part?
Well, you can go get it, like, right now. There's Crisis Medicine. You can see, we started in 2017.
Yes.
And so it's like a master class. So for those of you who don't know, I directed a series called Crisis Medicine Tactical Casualty Care.
Yes.
And it was created by my elementary school friend Mike Schertz, Michael D. Schertz, who is an emergency room doctor in Portland. He was also a special forces medic. He's an 18 Delta. And he created a course. It was a lecture series he taught live, which is all about applying pre-hospital care in active violent events. So if you're in a bombing or a school shooting or whatever, and someone, like in Vegas, 500 people are wounded, shot by a crazy sniper. If your loved one is hit, this series is designed to help you save their life before they are picked up by an ambulance to go to the hospital. And it's very important, and started in 2017, and we've been adding to it, and as things, the actual medical journals change things around. So this time, in the last week, I did 3 things. I did a canine unit. So service dogs, like the dogs they said they left behind in Afghanistan. I'm like, oh my God. Service dogs, whether it's military or police, $150,000 of training going to them. And so we did a first aid course on dogs, on service dogs. If a dog's shot, how do you save that dog's life?
Right.
So we did that. Then we did a 9-hour course on chemical, biological, radiological, and nuclear weapons.
Wow.
And, it was very intense.
Now you're also doing the sets for these for the filming as well, in addition to filming.
Yeah. I mean, I came up with the production design of it all, and I'm basically the DP. I work with camera operators, but the whole look of it and all that, it's all, I directed, produced, DP'd, I production designed, the whole thing.
Wow.
Now, I will say this. I mean, Mike Schertz has a wife, Lori Schertz, who is a lawyer, and she is a great producer, and I love her to death. She is, they wanted to do this, and she's now become an editor. It took me a year to edit the first 50 hours of the show, but Lori Schertz now is doing the work, and she's amazing, and I have a pretty big project percolating. I would absolutely bring her in on it to work. So it's been fun.
That's wonderful. Yeah, 50 hours. That's a lot of material.
Oh my God. I mean, the show, it's expensive, but I would say, like, look, if you're interested in the work, go to the Crisis Medicine website. I think you can watch the 2.5-hour wound ballistics piece that I did. Now, I know everyone, it's like $25. Remember, the guy giving you the lecture is an emergency room doctor and former special forces medic. So the reason it's as expensive as it is because he's working in a hospital. He's at one of the biggest ER hospitals in Oregon State. I think the biggest. And it's like, you get what you pay for. He's not some schlub spewing nonsense. He's a real ER doctor, a former Green Beret. And the wound ballistics course is like 2.5 hours. And I'm like, I think it's like $25. I'm like, bruh. it's worth it. When you watch it, you'll be like, wow, this is exhausting. But a lot of people are like, oh, Rob, there's no kaiju in this. There's no monster who shows up and stomps on everything. I'm like,
No.
I know it's not my normal bill of fare, but it's still good.
Now I'm kind of curious, as we mentioned, Tango Shalom's premiere this weekend or last night in New York and in Los Angeles, and it's at the AMC 25, which is on 42nd Street in New York, the busiest movie theater in the country. But it's also at another place, and I think you also have an Angelica in Los Angeles. It's playing at the Angelica here in New York.
Yeah, the East Village by Angelica.
And I think you all have one in Los Angeles. Am I incorrect? Or one in California?
We don't have an Angelica. We've got a lot of Alamo Draft houses, but I don't think we have an Angelica here.
Well, I could be mistaken, but the Angelica we have here in New York is it's called the Angelica Film Center, I think, something like that. And it's known for having the best avant-garde, creative, independent, and not just independent, but if you're serious about movies, you kind of go to the Angelica to see the most up-to-date, the most relevant films that are ever made. And I went there to see New Order earlier this year because that was, it was playing there, but they also had some other films where I was like, oh, I'd love to see this one, but I don't have time. Right. Everything they have there is usually very special, very unique experience. And when you go to see a movie there, people who are going to see the movie at that theater are specifically geared towards, let's say, they want that avant-garde experience. They want a special experience. And so going there to see a movie, I'm going to be eager to ask people afterwards what they thought about the movie.
Yeah.
Strangers because of how unique it is, and also the people who work at the theater, what their experience is like in that film and what they thought of it. But it is a very special place to have your film debut in. I would want, if I were ever going to make a film, I'd want it to be at the Angelica as well, just because it's such a prestigious place for me as someone who loves movies and anyone who gets to experience theater in a special place. So I'm looking forward to that one as well. But the other thing I was going to say, my final, and I'm going to, because it is kind of late, but I'm just so happy to be able to have experienced this whole thing with you because it's been so enjoyable. And I know it's been so much hard work on your end. It's just been so much fun. Like you've made this, I know it wasn't all hearts and flowers. I know there were times when you were like, I can't do this because I have to do this for the film. And I know we all know that and we've experienced that with you, but it has been just such a great ride to kind of see how this thing has developed. And of course we've caught the latter end, not the 5 years ago, but the latter end of you on this. But it's been such, so much fun kind of seeing what it entailed. And, we know we're not seeing everything, but just to even get some insight into it has been such a great experience.
Oh, well, and by the way, I think where Tango Shalom is playing is not at the Angelica Film Center. It's their second theater.
Oh, is it really?
Yeah, it's like the Village East by Angelica, so it's a different...
Oh, okay, I better make sure.
I'm just saying, I say it because I'm not clear. Like, for me, there used to be a thing in New York called the AFFM, the American Feature Film Market.
Yes.
And I, in 97, I had edited a film called The New Gods that played there. And what was cool about that's where I went to the Angelica for the first time. And man, we were staying in New York, and Jim Boyd, the director, and the man who founded the Slam Dance Film Festival at Sundance, he produced it, and I cut it, and it was, oh man, we had a great time. We were staying like 10 blocks away from the theater. We would walk down there, and I met Joe Carnahan, who directed like the A-Team movie, the A-Team adaptation. He has a new movie out now, the one with Barenthal when he wakes up and he plays. It's like the action film Groundhog Day movie. But
yes,
so there his first movie was this low budget Tarantino-esque film called Blood, Guts, Bullets, and Octane. And I met him. He was great. To see him and flourish and have a great career was great. But the Angelica was where it was, I was there in 97. I was there with a film that I'd cut, The New Gods, and I got a call from Mark Altman. He goes, hey man, we might have investors that want to put money into free enterprise. I'm like, really? So they all flew into town, and I went from the Angelica to the Plaza, and I had a 3-hour lunch and tea, and at the end of that 3-hour tea, Mark Gottwald, our executive producer, said, I will finance this film. He writes a check. Here's $150,000. Go deposit that. Get started, boys. I'm like, wow. I'm like, oh my God, that never happened. So it's so crazy that Tango Shalom is playing at the East Village. It's called the East Village by Angelica. So it's not the Angelica Film Center. I don't think. It's not. I don't know what the difference is, but I leave that to you. I wish I knew, but I'm not living in Manhattan. I don't know.
Yeah.
But say, look, I'm going tomorrow. If anyone's in LA, you want to go to the West Side Pavilion at 4:00, 4:20, whatever. The director and I will be there. Our families, our friends. It'll be fun. It'll be a raucous show. What's so funny is all the people that I like. I'm insecure, believe it or not. I'm like, we've made this old school throwback movie. Do I know it's not Infinity War? Will you like it? I don't know. Hopefully you will. I don't know.
I think they will.
Well, now, we've got some super chats and things. Can we rifle through those?
Yes.
Let me go back and see where we're at here. Stubbock Shave says, I can't wait to see Tango Shalom when it's available here. Nice to see the positive words about your editing. Yes, thank God. I love that too. Thank you, Stubble. And by the way, it might, one never knows. Could be there. Which is good. So S Beam sends in a super chat. Thank you, sir. S Beam, of course, is making the figures of me and Justin, and he's a great artist. So thank you, S Beam. Journey's End. Oh wait, I already said that. I already did that one earlier. And Stub McShave already did his. And Saberwolf too. Alexander Wilson says, it's hard for me to separate the art from the artist. For example, when Kanye said slavery was a choice nonsense, I stopped listening and caring about him. Also, his new album is awful. What do you think? Artist, how do you define? We talked about that earlier, but what do you think?
But like I said, there is no perfect person out there. So, you can always find something that someone has said or something that they may have done that you don't approve of. And so, inevitably, you have to ask yourself this question, there just isn't anybody perfect out there. There's always something that could be found wrong with someone. So I don't really know how to necessarily separate the two, because it's what that person believes in, and that's their beliefs.
Right. Look, I agree with you. I don't. I mean, it's so. We're a very strange species. I mean, we're very. I mean, I love the fact there is an episode of Star Trek in the second season called By Any Other Name.
Yes.
Barbara Boucher is in it, and you have these aliens from the Andromeda Galaxy, and there's this great moment where Barbara, arguably the hottest woman who ever appeared on Star Trek, she is smoking hot, but in the episode, she's really a giant tentacled alien from Andromeda that is shapeshifted into a beautiful woman's body. And James Kirk shows her what's up and all that, and they have an exchange, and she's like, I don't understand why a simple biological function has been turned into this whole thing in your society. And as a kid, even I'm like, Like, all I knew is that I wanted to have my mouth on boobies and see naked girls. I was like 7. I didn't know why. It was hardwired into me. I'm like, boobies seem good to me. They're great. I don't have them. They look great. They're aesthetically pleasing. And when I watch a Star Trek episode, here's this alien. I love the fact that she's like one of the most smoking hot women you've ever seen. But this is not what she looks like. She's transmuted into this, and she's trying to figure out. She's like she might be like a sea urchin. I don't know. And her reproductive process does not involve love or imagination or sex. It's just something like this sea urchin comes up, impregnates me, and I go back to my thing. Like, we have created this incredible mythology around sexuality. And by the way, don't get me wrong, it's amazing. But it might look a little weird to people from the outside. And I think that might be true of all of human. We're a wacky bunch. And I think that I love us all. I do. But we're always looking for meaning in everything to give our lives gravitas. And I think that's not wrong, but it's still a little weird.
Well, like we discussed this before, but my biggest fear would be that it would be a species that doesn't value emotion the way that we do. Because we kind of get emotional.
Oh, yeah.
And the idea, and of course, like the Vulcans would be an example of this, but it's not that they're devoid of emotion. They suppress emotion, right?
Yes, they have emotion. That's what people, and I think that a lot of people are mistaken, especially the people making modern Star Trek. Of course, Vulcans have emotion, as anyone does. Yes. They've just learned to control it.
Yes, and the idea that if you were, let's say hypothetically, if you were with one and you were very emotional and they felt that they had to control their emotion, and you're like, well, you're not reacting at all to any of this. And of course they are. They're just not showing you that they're reacting. Like, that would really be disturbing to me. So that's maybe one of my biggest fears, would be a scenario like that.
Marrying a Vulcan that's unapologetically unemotional?
Yes.
Just checking. I'm right there with you. I don't want to do that either. I want to marry a sexually available Vulcan that understands the sensual pleasures that she's engaging.
Yes.
So
now, do we have any more super chats? I think Terje might have had one, or I could be wrong.
Oh, no, you're not wrong. He has. Would you like me to read it?
Yes, please.
Terje says, speaking of Scott Richardson, check out my episode of Cult Classic Movie Corner, where he and I spit call about the Rocky Horror Picture Show. We even talk about it if Frankenfooter could seduce us. Well, wow. There you go. I mean, what can I say? Well, Terrier, I will watch that shit. Bring it on. Tom Jr. Jackson says, yes. Rob and great show. I saw Shang-Chi and I loved, hot damn, the third act blew my mind. The martial arts were like a dance. I loved the film.
Yes.
You know what? I think Tom Jr. Jackson, I think a lot of people are going to feel this way because it's an atypical Marvel film. You know who knew this was going to be the case? Marvel. That's why they did it. Hello, Kevin Feige. You know your shit. I get it, man. You played us all. So good. So good.
It's very good.
The Richard says, Saturday night, we have a personal friend of ours, Jeffrey Reddick, creator of the Final Destination franchise. Check us out as Dave Parker and RMB get giddy about all things horror.
Yes. That's going to be amazing.
It's true. It will be. My God. Alexander Wilson says, I think R. Kelly had made great music. I Believe I Can Fly was a huge hit, and along with others, but he is a terrible person. It feels like my support of him has aided him in the terrible things he's done. Well, here's the thing. Don't feel that way, because again, you go back to separating the art from the artist. I mean, here's what I it's really difficult. Look, I look at it this way. Do I think Roman Polanski is a serial abuser of women? I don't. I think that there was a single time where, and by the way, not to defend anyone or anything, but the girl's mother came to party at Jack Nicholson's house. I mean, it was a Hollywood party. Everyone knew it was going to happen. And I think that there is, and not to absolve anyone of responsibility, but as someone who's a party animal, let's call it that, there is party etiquette. There's things you do, there's things you don't do. He crossed the line, and he was prosecuted for it.
Yes.
But I mean, what he did was bad. But I don't even think, like, if you're asking him if he was some scheming Machiavellian Willy Wonka-esque figure who had his designs on an underage girl, I don't think he did. I think it was a crime of opportunity. I don't know. But because he hasn't been accused since. I mean, I don't know.
Well, the other thing, too, is that, this idea, and I understand, I'm not upset with people who are doing that. Like, if they feel that they can't support someone because they did a certain thing, I understand that. I'm not here to judge anybody. That's their decision, and that's what they're deciding to do, that, and they're entitled to their opinions. But, through the course of the day, whether it's loved ones in your family or friends, there isn't going to be anybody that you meet that you're going to agree with every single thing on. No. So, it's like this becomes a bit cautionary in the sense of, where you're drawing the line sometimes and what decisions you make. And that's you. That's your personal decisions, and that's what makes you an individual. So
yeah, 100%.
So there's going to be situations like this, and no one would bat an eye. I mean, like if you have a significant other, a boyfriend, girlfriend, whatever, you aren't going to always agree with that significant other, but you certainly wouldn't say, well, that's it, I can't go out with you anymore because we don't agree on everything. No, it's just impossible to find that scenario. So that's why I'm kind of like, yeah, it's not always the best decision for me to follow, that route.
No, but the important thing is the decision is yours.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, and that's what's most important.
Mm-hmm.
Tom Jr. Jackson says, Tango Shalom will return in for your tango only.
Yes.
We've talked about a sequel, and my sequel title of choice is Shabbos Night Fever. I mean, we'll see. I mean, I love that idea. Like, maybe because you go from tango to disco, and it would be a retro competition, and you could have, look, if ABBA has a new album coming out with CG avatar, I mean, come on, anything is possible.
Maybe even go back to the 1970s. I mean, I don't know, but like it would be kind of cool. The height of disco. You go back to the 70s, and somehow he's in a competition or something again.
Or he's in Studio 54. I mean, some crazy shit. I mean, I love it. Terrier says, it can still happen. Tango Shalom 2, Shatner's Revenge. Finally, he actually becomes a rabbi. Well, Terrier knows that's part of the plot of Free Enterprise 2. I like that. I mean, look, if it can happen, it can happen. I would love it. Let's do it. Justin Bass says, what if Doctor Strange lost his heart? I shed a tear. I have not seen the new What If, but everyone's saying it's great. Like, the comic series of What If was always very was always very apocalyptic in its approach. So it doesn't surprise me that this new episode goes where it goes. So, yeah. Stubble McShave says, approaching 5 hours, but it's not the 11.5-hour stream. Well, yes. Okay, we've been doing this stream for 4 hours and 23 minutes. It seems like it's been for 2 hours.
It doesn't feel that long for some odd reason, but it's probably because we're talking about Tango Shalom.
It could be, but it's... Wow. Wow. Stubble McShave says, that's it. That was the last of the super chats. I think we should end the show.
Okay.
Only because if you're a member of the channel, we have a Zoom call tomorrow at 11 a.m. for me, which is 6 hours. 6 hours and 40 minutes. So, yes, for those of you who are members of the Burnettwork, and thank you, we do these bi-weekly membership Zoom calls where I can see all of your lovely faces, and we're going to do it tomorrow. It's going to be great. Michaelito, Mickey, is it Mickey? Mikey?
Hi, Michaelito.
I always see Mikey. Mikey is here. He says, thanks. By the way, Mikey, yes, dude, I haven't sent it out, but don't worry. You're going to get your To Live and Die Blu-ray. I have it right here. And I'm so glad you guys saw the film together. That's so cool.
Mm-hmm. And I'm going to have him on PGS All-Stars, and that it's open to anyone, who's listening as a member of the PGS as well, just so that they know. It's, I intend eventually, through the series, at least one run through the series, to get as many members of the PGS on who are creators or have things coming up, like the book that I mentioned from Steve Foley, for Let's All Go to the Lobby, or even other things where I did something with Ben from Cinema Gulp, and we did a review. And this How to Survive a Human Attack, something so like that. And also for those of you who are passionate like Stubble, although I don't know what Stubble wants to do, but it would be great to have him, he's the one who is in love with the Wheel of Time, correct?
Is Stubble McShave in love with the Wheel of Time? Let's all think about that just for a minute. Yes.
And there's no pressure, but it would be great to have him on PGS All-Stars and talk about the Wheel of Time and talk about different things like that if he wants to. There's no pressure on anybody.
Oh, so no, I would say pressure everyone. Yes, you have to do it. Says you have to be on these shows. God damn it. If not, I'll spank your bare bottom.
Oh my goodness, Robert.
Just saying. Come on our show. Come on our show or bend over.
Different show.
By the way, this is all in good fun. Don't cancel me. I'm just kidding.
That's for a different show, Robert. That's upcoming as well. But yes, it's supposed to be the PGS enjoying themselves and celebrating their talents and interests and reviews of things that you love. Yeah. So, that's what we're going to be doing and continue to do.
Love it. Fantastic.
Thank you.
I look forward to being on that show.
Well, I didn't know you wanted to come on as a guest. You're more than welcome, of course.
Well, yes, I do. Make me a guest. Interview me, ask me questions. I'll be like, oh, okay.
It's going to be a long show when you come on, because I have plenty of questions that I haven't had a chance to ask you.
All up to you.
I'm very eager to ask you, but I would like to do it. I wish we could do it in person. That'd be the one that I wish I could do in person.
Well, I mean, yeah, let's go. We should organize that. I need to come to the East Coast. You and I need to get hammered, like whatever. Or not hammered. You know what we should do? We should wander around New York because I want to see the vessel. I want to go to Hudson Yards. We'll go down to Soho. We'll go to the deli, when Harry Met Sally deli.
Yes.
Yeah, you and I would just wander around New York for like a day or two and film it all.
That sounds incredible.
That's what we'll do. We'll go around and do it. And by the way, spring is the best time to do it. Like, I should save up some cash. It's not that much. Stay at the W for like a night. Mm-hmm. And you and I should just wander around LA and do a whole... By the way, we'll live stream that shit.
Yes.
Like, why not?
Yes. Yes.
I wonder if I can get a portable switcher and like we'll wear our phones. So your phone will post at me and
Right.
like somehow, and I'll just have like a switcher, and I can just be like, and we can wander wherever we want to go. Live stream the whole day. Like last time I was in New York was 18 months ago when I went to see Gabe. We just wandered around for 2 days. I was there for the Schmodown, but we wandered around New York. It was fucking awesome. And I was like, man, if we had cameras that just, people would have watched this. We could have live streamed it. We went everywhere. We had so much fun. We went to weird speakeasy bars and all kinds of crazy shit and buildings. And it was amazing. It was amazing. And if it was a live stream, we should set that up.
We should. We really should do that.
Yeah.
We really should do that.
Yeah, let's do that. But on that note,
yes.
Why don't we end this show?
Yes.
By the way, it's only been going for 4 hours and 43 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Mike Alito sends in the super chat. He will take us out. I want to thank all of you. Midnight Metal, episode 42, the answer to life, the universe, and everything. Is 42. This is the 42nd episode. I want to thank you. I want to thank Zephyr Chan for being here. I want to thank Dave Parker for bringing the noise. What a fun show this was.
Yes.
Thank you so much. And I cannot thank you enough with the great work you're doing. Tomorrow, I'm going to put up more of her shows. We've got a review. You know, I wanted to make it less self-serving, but Scotty Richardson and reviewed Tango Shalom.
Yes.
And we got Tom Jr. Jackson and Catherine coming out. And then the other ones you did last week. The shows are all going up in the Post-Geek Singularity Network. Actually, it's the Burnettwork.
It's the Burnettwork.
It's called the Burnettwork. But I mean, it's kind of like the Post-Geek Singularity. But it's all going up, and the work has been great. So thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you for allowing us to do it.
Again, doing a 5-hour, 4.5-hour Midnight Metal has been fun. Thank you so much for that. And thank you, everyone. So we'll be back tomorrow night with Midnight Metal. Jeffrey Reddick, the creator of the Final Destination franchise. Dave Parker scores the best guests for this show.
Yes.
So, and on that note, do you have anything else you want to say? Where can people find you on social media?
You can find me on the Burnettwork, I guess.
All right, then. I love that. By the way, how's your mom doing?
She's doing well. Thank you for asking.
Please give your mother my best. Say, hey, Rob Burnett says, Mom, how are you?
She's going to be knocking on the door for breakfast soon.
Well, yeah. Well, you go get her that breakfast. We will get off this. I want to thank everyone. By the way, thank you for supporting the channel via Super Chats and Tips. I very much appreciate that. So does everyone here at the Burnettwork. By the way, we're going to put their shows on a paying basis. So watch them, share them, all that. And on that note, please, if you're in New York City or LA, go see. Oh, wait, hang on. Let's just play it one more time, in case you don't know.
Hashem told you to dance in a tango contest?
A dancing teacher wants to tango with you?
Critics are raving about Tango Shalom. It's clever and inventive, with right chemistry on and off the dance floor.
You're a lunatic!
A funny and thoughtful family film with a warm heart and a playful spirit. From the director of My Big Fat Greek Wedding.
Oh, this my Fernando.
Tango Shalom. In select theaters this weekend.
Wow, you gotta love the widescreen nature of that photography. Just saying. Anyway. But, yes, so thank you for going with Mikey tonight. It was very nice of you. Thank you.
Yeah, we had a wonderful time.
Well, look for the Post-Geek Singularity All-Stars and the Post-Geek Singularity reviews that is doing with other members of the PGS. It's great. It's great to see. Thank you for the work. Amazing. And I feel very fortunate to be your friend and your co-worker and all that. So thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you, Robert.
And on that note, kids, why don't you tell people what every person you meet does or knows?
Yeah, every person you meet has a story to tell, which you haven't heard before, and all you have to do is listen.
Yes! My God. So all of you, I love that. Thank you for being supporters of the channel. Thank you for everything. We will see you, well, God, tomorrow night, I want to say, oh, no, it's what, 24, it's not 24 hours, it's like 22 hours, 21 hours. We'll be back. And on that note, have a better day.